Good? Okay. So good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to call this TTC Board meeting to order. The clerk has confirmed that quorum is present, and I will begin with the land acknowledgement. We acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Does anyone wish to declare a conflict of interest in accordance with the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? Seeing none, we will move on. The next item is the approval of the meeting minutes of the meeting of May 14th and June 5th. Can I please have a motion to approve the minutes? I'll move it. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. As we go through the agenda today, those of you participating remotely will be required to submit requests to ask questions and to speak on items to the clerk. If you wish to submit a motion on an item, please email your motion to the clerk. There is one item for consideration. There are two items for consideration in camera, which we will deal with at the end of the public items. So the first item is the CEO's report, June 2025. I will hold this item in my name for a verbal update from the Deputy CEO? Sorry. CEO. Yes. Yeah, okay, from the CEO. The second item is the approved minutes of the Advisory Committee on Accessible Transit General Monthly Meeting on April 23rd, 2025. I will hold this item in my name for a presentation from ACAT Chair Betty Rivington Law. The third item is the Platform Edge Door Study, Outcomes of Feasibility and Business Case Studies. We have speakers on this item, so I will hold it in my name. The fourth item is a non-fair revenue strategic review. We have a speaker on this item, so I will hold it in my name. The fifth item is the revised station naming policy. Would anyone like to hold this item? No? Can I have a motion to adopt? Thank you. Vice Chairman Mahevic. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item 6, Rogers 5G implementation update. We have a speaker on this item, so I will hold it in my name. Item 7, financial and major project update for the period ended April 26, 2025. We have a speaker on this item, so I will hold it in my name. I also have questions for legal that would need to be considered in camera, and Vice Chair has questions too. Item 8, KPMG LLP audit findings report on the TTC's consolidated financial statements for the year ended December 31st, 2024. This item was considered at the Audit and Risk Management Committee meeting on June 9th. Would anyone like to move the recommendations? Commissioner Jagdale, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item 9, draft consolidated financial statements of TTC for the year ended December 31st, 2024. This item was considered at the Audit and Risk Management Committee meeting on June 9th. Would anyone like to move the recommendations? Commissioner Kim, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item 10, TTC pension plan bylaw amendments. Would anyone like to hold this item? Seeing none, can I have someone to move the report recommendations? Commissioner Bravo, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item 10, TTC pension, 11. Item 11, TTC pension plan annual report. Would anyone like to move to receive this report for information? Thank you. Commissioner Osborne, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item 12, member motion item 29.6, seasonal prohibition on lithium-ion battery-powered e-bikes and e-scooters on the TTC and the feasibility of providing more secure e-bike and e-scooter storage and battery charging and exchange facilities near transit stations. We have a speaker on this item, so I'll hold it in my name. Item 13, establishment of a TTC-Metrolinx Joint Advisory Committee by Vice Chair Joe Mahevic, seconded by Chair Jamal Myers. Would anyone like to hold this item? Just first. Okay. Item 14, Provincial LRT Program, Line 5, Eglinton Update. I will hold this item in my name for in-camera questions. Item 15, amendments to TTC Policy 6.5.1, authorization for expenditures and other commitments increasing delegated authority to expedite procurements. Would anyone like to hold this item? Commissioner Kim. And that concludes the review of the order paper. So the first item of business is the CEO's report, and with that, I'll invite CEO Greg Percy to address the board.
Thanks, Chair. June was a very busy month for TTC, and a number of different things I will highlight. We're very pleased that we have 30 new transit special constables who graduated, is the right term, and that adds to our existing complement of special constables. This was a group that was held back. There was a legislative change, and it took a while to shake them loose, and actually they're now doing what they were recruited and paid to do, so that makes everybody feel really good. Special Constable group is a really important group. It's one that I've worked very closely with Josh Cole to give a lot of attention to. We've ended up meeting, I think, at least 8 town halls, and we've met basically over 300 people, including the fair inspection officers, and we're actually turning the corner in terms of morale. This is just one more piece that enables us to move forward. That helps TTC, but it also helps these folks as well. June was the Indigenous Peoples Month and the Pride Month. The Indigenous Peoples Month, we would really like to carry the momentum forward as we did with Black History Month and make it just a culture shift for TTC. So there was a number of things that happened during June that were good, and we're going to keep that moving. Pride Month, I was personally there to help kick off Pride Month at our Hillcrest facility, and we had some really cool speeches, including one. I think he called it a prayer. With these are TTC staff, and it was a Wheel-Trans operator, Jackson, who did his prayer, and it was very moving, extremely moving for everybody there. And we have a bus wrap that you'll see on doing route service, but we'll also have that in the Pride Parade. So really, really good, feeling good things to do in June. Further in June, we opened our Danforth facility, and we had in the order of 5,000 people come and visit to see what it is and what it does, and talk to TTC, and we fully endorse that level of transparency. We're looking for new members for our ACAT group. This is an important group. It helps really educate TTC on its positioning with respect to the 15-member committee that really help us understand part of our community that's that important, and I think is a very positive thing, and you're going to hear a little bit more about that shortly. Customer satisfaction surveys, again, this helps guide us to get better. That's really important to TTC. We are about getting better, and it's not as simple as it sounds. And so we got a number of surveys in, somewhere, I believe, close to 1,500 to 2,000 surveys, so that we will review those and we will pick the areas where we can get better quicker, and then the others will take a bit longer. I was also actually at a session out at our distribution center in Shepherd, but we took the opportunity to use that as an important handover of 2 of our retired Wheel-Trans vehicles. And we handed those to a very unique group called New Visions Toronto, which is a not-for-profit group who provide 24-hour care to people with complex physical and developmental disabilities. We could have given them, 2 brand new Porsches, and they wouldn't have been happier than receiving these things. It made us feel really, really good. It made us also say, I wish we had more to retire soon, because that would be a perfect place to go. So very, very, very excited to be part of that. Bunching and gapping is something, as many of you know, we've been looking at for some months, and making it better selectively. We want to step that up. We've named, I believe, an assistant manager to be our project manager for that, as we've done for the 6 stations that we're doing a wow factor on. And I think that attention is important. For streetcars, we have 2 out of the 11 routes that are a streetcar. I found a couple more on the weekend that we'll add to that list. I walk the talk of our customers. I watch these empty streetcars following each other around and thinking, why? So we need to figure that out and fix it. And lastly, on our reduced speed zones, we held it at a pretty consistent 11. Our baseline is 12. And you'll see that go up. We have 2 ultrasonic testing programs going on. Soon, one will be this fall and the other soon after that. And you will see a spike in the number of slower speed zones because that's what they're supposed to do. So we'll see that spike. Our challenge and the hard work from Fort and his team is to bring those back down to the baseline. I think that's all I was going to speak to. Happy to take any questions.
Vice Chair, 5 minutes.
Thank you. Just 2 questions or 2 themes. One is I do notice, and maybe this is my big thing, is ridership is still about 5% below expectations, and that is also then reflected in the budget as a revenue source. And if it was 1 month, that would be fine, but it appears to be a pattern. And I am wondering whether whether there is a need for a deeper dive into understanding that number, adjusting our budget, or adjusting our service level to make sure that we are basically anticipating demand so that that curve, rather than be consistent with last year, is more consistent with the budget that we have proposed. So that's number 1 area.
I can respond to that. We look at each mode separately, and for example, bus is bigger than it was pre-COVID. The others are behind. Netafet is what you're reading. The key there is to dig deeper as to why is it. What is the motivation behind the lower ridership? Some of it, for sure, we know as fact is the hybrid work model. Monday and Friday ridership are weaker than before. Tuesday through Thursday are staying relatively good. But what has seen a growth is after hours, weekends service, particularly in bus, is really growing. So that flags a shift in the use of TTC to off-peak, to entertainment, to sports events, and seeing family and going to appointments. That part is different. But the hybrid model, that's not likely to change significantly. So we have to look at other ways in terms of making our prospect ridership feel more comfortable on board. It's bringing on the special constables. It's dealing with the unhoused community, which does make some uncomfortable. So those are the things we are honing in on right now to make those different and better. So we have optimism that will support. So I do think we actually know the details, and we need to keep working on those.
So can we anticipate a report back? Like, if we're going to be at the end of the year down 4 or 5%, like that to me is a little bit of a red flag. I think the budget committee of the city will want to know about that. And frankly, from a service perspective, like it's not mega news, but it's not small news either. It is something that we either have to amend our budget and amend our expectations, adjust them, or like I think we're treading water, and it doesn't. Frankly, it doesn't feel good.
Treading water never is. Our revenues are down about 5%.
Yeah.
And that's what causes us to stay up at night to figure out how we're going to bounce back from that.
Sorry, through the chair, if I could just add to that deeper dive, we are developing a ridership growth strategy as directed by this board. And so that's coming to kind of a first conversation of the strategic planning committee. The reason it's coming to that committee is because that committee is going to be kind of opining on what priorities are and how that factors into the budget and the budget building process. So approaches around growing ridership, many of the things we are doing, but additional things we would like to do will be coming to that committee and then to the board with a plan around growing ridership.
And could we anticipate quick wins, like things that we can do like in the 2 board periods from now to basically get that trend going in a different direction?
Through the chair, the way the report will be built out, we'll look at short-term, kind of medium and long-term approaches. I think the other kind of cross-sectional it will view is things that might be fare policy related, things that might be external factors that we want to advocate for, and so it will be kind of organized in both ways, so you can see a menu of options that we'll recommend proceeding with or pursuing.
Thank you. Second set is really around bunching. I can tell you that at my little networks, and I ask folks, what's the biggest thing? When they find out I'm on TTC, I say, what's the biggest thing I should bring to the table? You know what the answer is? Bunching is basically the gaps between, well, headway times. That's the biggest thing. And I'm wondering, is there anything we can do? Maybe it's part of ridership growth, I don't know. And, you know, I experience it personally on St. Clair West. I don't know if you do as well. And then you look at the map and you see there's the streetcars. There's 3 of them at the end at Weston Road. And I'm at Christie and St. Clair and I go, what the? And so it's personal. It's larger. I think it's much larger. How can we act more quickly to build on the learnings of having personal people at key intersections to basically address that more wholesomely, more quickly?
So the field supervisors at the mid-route points, we think that is the long-term solution. Some of the routes are taking longer than others to start showing improvement, and there's others begging to be put on the list. As I said, the 509, 510 routes are very high candidates to get on that list. And I hear about it from my family daily because they use those too. And they're just not happy and they have all the answers. So you can tell what age group that is. So there's lots we can do better. We think by putting a project manager on it, we'll get more focus. But we do believe at this point, and I'm really happy to say this was an ATU generated solution that we bought into, because it used to work. We used to do this apparently before we chose to centralize supervisors at Transit Control. We think this is the option. We want to stay with it. We think it's going to work, but we need to do more. Your point's well made. We do need to do more. And we do need to add more to the list.
Thank you. Sorry for the extra time.
No, that's okay. Commissioner Bravo, 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'll pick up on this question of the need, innovating by having people on the ground to help manage. I wanted to ask about whether the people need to be empowered to be able to send the signal up. For example, this is a very specific thing on the 512. Short turn, great. Short turns help us to manage the system. The short turns at the loop at Lansdowne, there's this, the announcement, there's a streetcar right behind us. So you have to get out at the loop, walk back to get onto the platform. By that time, the second streetcar is gone. So the first streetcar, which was full, has been entirely abandoned on the platform. You ask the person who's on site, and why couldn't you tell them to wait? It's like I don't have that authority. You have to go to customer service for that. So my question has to do with, do we need to do some rethinking around the chain of decision-making to allow for some common sense decision-making in that situation, which is to send a message to the second driver to say, hold at that platform, hold at that stop, so this entire streetcar of people who were dumped at Lansdowne can get back on it.
Yeah, I think that's a great example. I'd say it's not a case of authority because they've been given the authority. Maybe they don't understand it. Maybe we have to better communicate to them. But they do have that. That's why they exist. Mm-hmm. They're existing to broker the flow of streetcars and in other cases buses to maximize ridership, to maximize customer convenience. And if it's not happening, I saw it not happen yesterday. I'll go back to the 509, 510, and earful that I got from one of my sons and his partner about what we need to do better. And I think they just fell short of firing me. So,
Your kids?
Yeah, if they could, they would. But we got to do better in a number of fronts.
Great.
The authority is there. That was part of what we did and why we did it.
Thank you.
But it's the communication piece too. They are to build the relationship that has disintegrated with the operators, and this serves another purpose. Part of that conversation, the dialogue, is to up our safety game as well. I'm not happy with our CVOR rating, which is a provincial safety rating, and when we sat with Marvin Frank and team, that was the solution. We can fix two with one approach.
Yeah, I think like culture takes a long time to shift, and culture being the norms that people kind of understand. And so that's great to hear about the emphasis on communication. And the second thing had to do with going back to the comment about hybrid work and the changing nature of work. And, the pattern of Tuesday to Thursday. I hear from, this is not exclusively to my ward, but citywide, that there are lots of workers that are not coming into the core, but are working within what you could consider the edges of the city. Tons of employment jobs, for example, in North Scarborough, where Chair Myers is, and they are often having to make the difficult decision of whether to drive or take transit, while most of them would prefer to take transit. Is this something that we're going to be looking at in a very careful way about incentivizing ridership to serve kind of frontline worker, service workers, manufacturing, construction workers who are also in need of transit, and then maybe focus, maybe we have been focusing less, but what all I hear about is getting workers downtown again. They have a different set of interests than primarily the bus network that can get people to jobs.
Through the chair, as part of the board-approved 5-year service and action plan, that was exactly one of the strategies that was approved. And so one of the things we're looking at, especially with shift workers, and looking where there could be growth there. The reason people take transit and where the growth might happen is not uniform. It's not like just an aggregate number across the board. We might measure it that way, but what we want to do is dive in and be more tailored in terms of our interventions as to how we might grow ridership in certain pockets, whether that's demographic, geographic, or type of user. And so that's exactly what we're doing. We'll be bringing to the committee too.
And so all of the considerations about how fares and service and safety and all of the things that have been mentioned here integrate and are part of a kind of a system, and the choices that we make to invest in what will have the greatest return on our investment, those are the things that we'll be considering through the strategic planning committee, correct?
Through the chair, that's well said.
Wonderful, and then that will inform the ridership growth strategy. Thank you for the indulgence, Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Osborne?
Oops. Thank you, Chair. I also had a question about the ridership numbers that I share the concern that Commissioner Mahevik has. And I was really happy, Josh, to hear that you're on this. In the meantime, I'm wondering if we could have some way to keep high visibility on those numbers pending the arrival of the report, just so we don't lose sight of what's going on. It's pretty core, and as much as people are not back in the office, we knew that when we made these numbers. So, some of it is a function of having to do a little bit of a dart against the board exercise. But the numbers didn't seem that much of a stretch at the time. So it would be great if we could keep visibility on that in the reports going forward. My second question, I asked this last time, is about tariffs. And I'm just wondering, are we finding we're starting to feel now the impact of unbudgeted increased costs for things that we thought we'd budgeted appropriately for now pending some kind of resolution at the federal government level? I'm just wondering, are we also seeing unbudgeted expenses which don't work well with diminished ridership as a result of those tariffs in the short term?
In my view, we are in sort of an extended holding pattern. We have not seen a big surge. We had some initial vendors say, we're nervous, please confirm we can do a full pass-through of that to you. And in talking to our procurement team, I said, do not say yes. There should be no automatic yes. This is a discussion and negotiation. And that's what I believe they did, looking for Darcy to nod. She's nodding, so I'm okay. But on the big contract, we haven't seen that yet. I think everyone seems to be waiting and seeing what people do south of the border, so to speak. So we're not in a hole at this point.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? No? Okay, I have a few. So the first question is just sort of picking up where Vice Chair Mihevik left off. When will we get the results of the bus bunching pilot? To know if it's actually working and achieving what it's supposed to be.
So we're prepared to come to the board to start reporting out in July. So
July?
I know we have the 11 routes, and we've done deep dives on 2 of those routes, 7 Bathurst and 512 St. Clair. So we're getting good observations from there. And we have a list of action items that we would like to try and explore. Some of it is in-house. Some we need partnership with other
Okay.
partners.
At that point, maybe we talk about correlations too, and why some of the, we know for a fact that when we had the March storms, everything went south in terms of bus bunching. And when there's congestion, you're going to see a dip. So I think it's important for us to understand the variables that drive the numbers, so we can report back on that. I think some of it's intuitive, but some I think is fact-based too.
Yeah, I mean, if you wanted some examples now, I can give you a couple examples on the 512. Like, some of the observations we're finding is quite insightful.
Okay, I mean, we don't have to go through it now, but if you can get a formal report on what we have.
Sure.
That would be helpful just to know where things are.
I think we'll probably, the way we're doing it now, we might have to go route by route, right route, because each route is a little bit different, as
Yep.
you probably realize. Yeah.
And then I guess just sort of with the CEO's report, so we sort of report buses and streetcar together, and again, just listening to some of the comments, is it possible to disaggregate the bus routes and the streetcar routes so we can know
Yes.
how the 512 is doing versus the 506 rather than just seeing streetcar routes together?
That's part of what we need to figure out is how we're going to report out, because when we do the aggregate, it looks really bad, but there's a little bit of success at certain times in certain locations, and we need to really parse it out, because if we don't parse it out, we won't find out where to focus our attention on. So.
Okay, and I'm talking about on-time performance generally, so like all the routes and the buses, because right now it's just averaged out and you can't tell
Yeah,
which ones are doing well, which ones are meeting.
yeah, we could look at that as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. And then the third question I have is about the e-buses. So I'm looking at page 27, and the e-buses did not reach their asset reliability target, and it says the main cause of not meeting the target was due to lower service kilometers accumulated due to buses being out of service for repairs. Can you just add a bit more color to that?
So there's a bit of a supply chain issue there. So those buses are not meeting the service kilometers because we're waiting for parts and some tech support from the OEM.
And where are the parts coming from?
Various suppliers. I don't have a list in front of me, but if you need more details, I can get back to you on that.
Is this something that we need to be concerned about as we continue to roll out the e-bus program?
So my understanding is that the new fleet that's coming in is much better than the pilot fleet. So it's a little bit better. Some of the challenges is in the charging stations right now. So we're working through all those logistics.
Are we going to be getting some sort of a formal report on sort of these types of issues with the e-bus program in general?
I believe there is a report coming from the Innovation Sustainability Group. Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
This year?
I believe by the end of the summer or sometime in the fall.
Yeah, early fall.
Thank you. And then final question, if anybody could just sort of give some general updates on how we are dealing with the heat wave. So I got asked questions today on effects on the track, causing defects, and what we're doing to keep the employees and customers safe that are outside, or if there are any tips that you could share.
Through the chair, yeah, we actually implemented our heat stress protocol on Saturday. We started not only for the work, but we also had 2 significant closures, both on line 1 and line 2. So our normal protocol is lots of water, lots of breaks. Earlier today, we implemented a restricted speed zone in the open cuts on the subway at 35 kilometers per hour. it's about the employee safety right now, so it's not so much about productivity. Our standards pretty much say, you know, make sure there's plenty of water and drinking a lot of fluid every 10 or 15 minutes to stop. So we've had that underway since the weekend.
And Chair, just to add to that, we have safety notices posted internally throughout the commission to make sure people are reading and following those directions, and they come from Betty and Health.
Right.
So just for context, this is not a unique TTC thing. When the temperatures get as hot as they are, track buckles. Buckles means it twists in select places where it's been stretched to fit, which is kind of a non-technical speak, but so all industry, whether you're freight, whether you're Metrolinx, whether you're TTC, you slow the speeds, increase the inspections. Because a buckle can be serious, and increased inspections to find them before they cause a problem, but you slow the speed for the same purpose.
Okay, great, thank you. Any other questions on the CEO's report? No, seeing none. Can I have a motion to receive the item? Thank you. Commissioner Sacks, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. So the next item of business is item 2, approved minutes of the Advisory Committee on Accessible Transit, ACAT General Monthly Meeting of April 23rd, 2025. I'd like to welcome ACAT Chair Betty Rivington-Law to present the minutes.
Thank you very much, Chair, and happy summer to everyone. With the heat that's around us, a huge wall. Just to go over the report that you received, 2 main things that we have in this report. We were privy to the Hidden Disabilities Sunflower Program that Mississauga, the My Way, is using. And it is to help and recognize, assist customers with hidden disabilities by them wearing a sunflower. It originated in Gatwick, England, and was later introduced at Toronto Pearson, and is now used in Metrolinx and Mississauga Transit. So we heard a lot about it and how it was implemented. My question to them was, have they done any analytics to implement this program on its use, the distribution? And in the final 4 months of the year, they said that approximately 1,000 lanyards were distributed in the My Way. The other big discussion last month was about the shutdown that occurred, the system-wide elevator shutdown that occurred April 3rd, when the software was being updated. There was a lot of concern over people being stranded with mobility devices when the elevators were shut down. So I gather that we're going to hear back contingency plans, emergency procedures. They'll come back to our ACAT to discuss this with us, because they wondered if even if they could be partial shutdown and the elevators, somebody go up in the elevator with a person, a customer agent. But according to them at the time, it was due to code. So we'll hear more about that in future. And just to come back to one thing that Councillor Matlow asked me earlier was about the outdated wayfinding that I couldn't answer at the time, but there is a very thorough updating, a revision going on. I'm sure you've heard about it, that I wasn't aware, I wasn't part of, but it is coming and it looks fabulous. So look forward to that. As to our individual committees, the communications have been working on communication during service disruptions, improving the public address on the systems, digital signage, and guidance for passengers. We're also working on the Presto, communication about the Presto support card for those that need somebody to accompany them. And all that communication is being updated to let our customers know. The design review has been working on the Scarborough subway extension, and there will eventually be just one single elevator transfer. There was concern that there might be a couple of transfers by the elevators, and also a designated, the frequency of the service bay change assignments has been very hard for those visually impaired to find what bay the bus is coming. So that anybody with vision loss should be kept to a minimum of change with the transfers. The Service Planning Committee has been working on the proposed Dufferin and Bathurst transit priority bus lanes, and the Wheel-Trans has been looking at the changes in the Rogers Centre access and Michael Garron Hospital and rescheduling. I don't think there's anything else in these minutes. They were quite long. I'm not sure if you had a chance to review them. But the final thing in closing, I want to commend the Wheel-Trans Family Day that was held yesterday to really involve the families of the Wheel-Trans employees. I was there as part of ACAT, judging how people were being strapped in and immobilized in regular city buses. And it was a very educational experience because I'm not a Wheel-Trans user, and I had to learn where the belts went, and sometimes the belts did not go where they were, and I felt that I could move. So this was very good. There were, I was on a scooter, somebody else was in a wheelchair, and we really tried to get the best experience for all of Wheel-Trans drivers that were doing this testing. So I have nothing more to say. It was a wonderful day, even with the heat, and there were water stations all around. So there was shade provided, but the family seemed to be having a great time and improving the morale for Wheel-Trans. So I have nothing further unless I'm open to any questions.
Thank you, Betty. Are there any questions? No? Thanks. There are no questions. Can I please have a motion to receive the ACAT minutes? Commissioner Sachs, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you very much, Betty.
Thank you very much. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you. The next item is Platform Edge Door Study, Outcome of Feasibility and Business Case Studies, and we have speakers on this item, beginning with Rabina Subadar from TTC Riders.
Hello, is it on?
Yep. Thank you for joining us. You have 5 minutes.
Awesome. Hi, everyone. My name is Rabina. I've been a transit rider for almost all my life in Toronto. But today I sit here not only as the position of a transit rider, but also as a member of TTC Riders, a volunteer-based nonprofit transit advocacy group made up of a bunch of transit riders, basically. I'm here to say that platform edge doors are a brilliant idea, and beginning with a pilot at Dundas Station, where the Eaton Centre, Sankofa Square, and Toronto Metropolitan University's hub all intersect, it would be a necessary start to ensuring safety for riders. Dundas is one of the most busiest and also chaotic platforms to be on at all times of the day, and even more so when it is rush hour or when there are service disruptions. It would be an opportunity to update some of Toronto's oldest infrastructure, with Dundas being almost 70 years old, or actually 71, without needing to gut the station in order to give it a much-needed refresh. Now, when trains go out of service or there are service disruptions and the backlog of people start to fill the platforms, it doesn't need to be rush hour for chaos to take hold, for chaos to happen and for space to feel incredibly limited. Let me paint a scene I'm familiar with. The trains used on Line 1 can carry more than 1,000 riders. And I would say at all points of the day, at least more than 100 to 150 people are riding on the trains. Now, more often or not, there's this weird thing that riders have to do, commonly on Line 1, where we have to get off from one train for reasons unexplained and switch over to another train before we can continue our route. These trains are dropping off people maybe 5 minutes apart, with by the 15th minute, one new train to continue the route arrives. At this point, more than 400 people have been dropped off on the platform, rough estimate. with tens arriving from the surface to wait with the larger group. This is Dundas, Union, St. Andrew, St. George, Jane, and Bloor Young during the day. And this is just one example. Circumstances happen, and where a platform sees a consistent of 100 or so people at a time, the TTC is still asking us to stay cramped hundreds at a time. In moments like these, I skip taking the subway. There are too many people, and I don't care where I am. I'd rather rely on extending my commute by an extra 1 to 2 hours and take surface transit than stay in a crowded, unsafe, and high-tension platform. And so what is the current alternative the TTC is offering when trains stop moving? You may wonder. More deployment of shuttle buses. But shuttle buses are not sustainable backup plans. And even then, to finally leave the station means I have to walk on the yellow strip, since it's the only walking space available. At that point, if a train's coming, I'm a pinky's length away from it. But at all times, I also have to calculate how to stand, something we do natural, but I have to subconsciously problem solve for safety and consider that if I face the tracks, I'm vulnerable to being pushed or losing my balance. This is not a normal mindset to have using public infrastructure, but it's definitely a valid fear for why so many people feel unsafe using the trains. It's not often because of who is on it, but often because of how our infrastructure does not protect us. Investing into security won't fix that fear, nor will investing into more ads or messaging that expresses a priority of transit rider safety. Investing into modern infrastructure via the platform edge doors will actually keep riders safe and be a major way of how we counter riders' fear. As a last note, platform edge doors is action that prioritizes rider safety. It's often that track disturbances, injuries, and permanent damages happen, and PEDs can limit the occurrences of these disturbances. It's worth it to test it out at Dundas and work towards removing the possibility entirely. And yeah, I just think the TTC should be better than maintaining a system that does not work and rather be a testament of a future system that has been proven to be better. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Rubina. Does anybody have any questions for the deputant? No, seeing none. Thank you very much. Next, we have Adam Roy Cahoon. Not online. Okay. Next, we have Nicholas Christo. Welcome, Nicholas. You have 5 minutes.
Hi there. Good afternoon, members of the board, councilors, and staff. Thank you for providing me with the opportunity to speak today. My name is Nicholas Christou. I'm a resident from Ward 6, York Centre, represented by Councillor James Pasternak, and I'm here today to speak on item 6.3. This issue is important to me because I'm interested in improving our city, and one of the many ways we can achieve this is with improving public transit. Platform edge doors are something I support and would absolutely like to see on the subway. The installation of platform edge doors, a technology that is standard globally, would make the subway more reliable and safer. The improved safety is something that matters especially to me, given an experience I had a year and a half ago that I'd like to share. After finishing an interview for a job downtown, I walked to King Station to take the subway home. It was around 1 o'clock in the afternoon on a weekday, so the subway was pretty quiet, something I was initially pleasantly surprised about. I had just missed the train, so I was the only one on the northbound side of the platform, and I could see just a few people on the southbound platform. While waiting, a man jumped down into the tracks from the opposite platform across from me, narrowly avoiding the third rail, and walked across the tracks to me, where he called for my attention and help. He had become stuck and couldn't climb up to get to the platform level. Without thinking, I immediately offered him my hand, and I pulled him up from the tracks and back onto the platform. There were 2 minutes until the next train. I had asked him what the hell he was thinking doing that, and he explained to me that he realized he was on the wrong side of the platform and didn't want to go down and up the stairs to get to the other side, missing the train. I tried explaining how dangerous and stupid that was, though by that point he was uninterested and walked away. After he left, I was thinking about what could have happened. I could have lost my grip or slipped, and we could have both fallen in, and who knows what could have happened. I want to add, he was quite a bit larger than me, and I'm not saying that to make myself sound strong, but I'm saying that I really had no idea what could have happened. There was no staff around, and the train had come, and I really just wanted to go home, so I did not report the issue, and I spent the rest of the day thinking of all the horrible ways this incident could have ended differently. I wanted to share my story today because it highlights safety issues that go unnoticed and unreported. I can imagine there have been other incidents similar to mine, accidental, intentional, where someone falls or almost falls or jumps into the tracks. It's easy to say that we should be reporting everything, but that makes a lot of assumptions about people. People don't always know what to do during or after incidents and emergencies. It should be the city's and TTC's priority to make the subway safer to prevent such incidents from occurring in the first place. Platform edge doors would prevent incidents like these from happening, on top of more disastrous and fatal incidents that have been becoming increasingly more common, especially at a station like TMU, formerly Dundas, which is one of the most overcrowded stations. I make an effort to avoid this station when I am in the area because of how insane it is and crowded it gets at the edge of the platform. With most stations downtown still designed for Toronto's population during the 50s, without measures like platform edge doors, we will continue to see incidents. We need these platform edge doors more than ever, and the urgency will only continue to grow. I urge you to support the installation of platform edge doors at TMU as a start, though we need platform edge doors on the entire system in future stations and lines. I hope TMU will be the first of many, and eventually every station to receive this much-needed retrofit. Thank you all for your time and attention.
Thank you, Nicholas. Does anyone have any questions for the deputant? No? Seeing none, thank you very much. Next, we have August Pernath from TTC Riders. August, go ahead.
Hello, my name is August Pernath, and I'm a member of TTC Riders, and I'm here to speak on behalf of TTC Riders. We are a membership-based organization made up of transit users across the city. You've heard this introduction many times, so I don't need to introduce much further. We support platform edge doors for a more safe, reliable, and accessible TTC. Back in 2023, we co-organized a safety town hall with a number of community organizations. One of the recommendations that we received and prepared in our report, Who's Safety, was the installation of platform edge doors across the subway system. And it's popular with riders. Over just a few days, earlier this week and last week, nearly 400 transit users have sent messages to all of you and signed a petition in support of platform screen doors. So we are asking you to continue to advance planning for the rollout of platform edge doors across the subway system and start by implementing the pilot at TMU, formerly Dundas Station. The case for platform edge doors is strong. They prevent debris from accumulating on the tracks, which can cause service issues or even pose fire risks. They separate the station platform from the tunnel, which can improve air quality of stations. They improve service reliability and allow trains to enter stations faster when there are large crowds. Most importantly, platform edge doors save lives and prevent injury and trauma by preventing people from entering the tracks. Save lives, prevent delays, and make commutes more reliable, quick, and healthy. It's a rock-solid design that has existed in cities all over the world and has been around for a while. They exist in London, Paris, Tokyo, Sao Paulo, Santiago, Montreal, and countless other cities. And it is effective. It works. As the TTC subway has one of the highest fatality rates according to the report before you today, these safety measures are long overdue for Toronto. And while the price tag may seem daunting, it's an investment that's happening over several decades, and it will pay itself back through savings to the TTC and the City of Toronto. The report before you today states that if platform edge doors were installed across the system today, it would save up to $128 million a year in benefits. These doors are expected to cut service interruptions by 85%. Reliability and shutdowns frustrate subway users, and it is a factor in the loss of ridership today. Subway shutdowns are also expensive. It requires lots of labor. Shuttle buses that are sometimes pulled from other routes cost riders money when they're late for work or class. Furthermore, there are additional savings to emergency response that come with the prevention of injury and loss of life, as well as the health and safety of TTC workers who have to face this ordeal much too often. Platform edge doors save lives and prevent trauma, and ultimately you cannot really put a price on this. When we talk about investment in public transit, no serious person expects it to turn a profit because it's a public service that people rely on as a necessity to get to work, school, care, and more. The benefits of public transit do not end at the TTC's budget line. The benefits are far more than that. It keeps the city going, and it's a lifeline for the working class people of this city. In a similar vein, Platform Edge Doors is just one tool that offers benefits that go beyond the dollar amount set out in the budget. We encourage you to continue to work towards implementation of Platform Edge Doors in phases, and to begin with, implement the $44 million pilot for TMU stations. At the same time, we also want to share another recommendation, which is to urge more visible frontline staff on station platforms to improve safety across the system in the near term. And as a TMU student myself, I can't understate how important it would be to have Platform Edge Doors at this station. It is overcrowded, and there's been multiple times where delays have resulted in me literally waiting all the way at the top of the stairs trying to get into the station and waiting 10, 20, 30 minutes for a train because of how crowded it can be during service interruptions. So when I see that that a measure is going to reduce interruptions by 85%, I take it seriously, and I think it's a really important measure that will win people back to the TTC. And most importantly, make sure that it's safe, because waiting on a crowded platform with no space to move, especially when you're close to that yellow line, which happens a lot at TMU Station, but also at Bloor-Yonge and a couple other downtown stations, it is very, very scary. And it is a top-of-mind issue for riders in the recent years, as crowding has only gotten worse and worse on our relatively strained subway system. Thank you.
Thank you, August. Does anybody have any questions for August? Nope, seeing none. Thank you very much. Next, we have Adam Rogers. Online?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Adam, please feel free to go ahead.
Well, I did appreciate that after hearing August's wonderful thing that you were giving me a seasonal-based name as well. But yes, it is Adam. But honestly, August said everything I wanted to say. August, they hit on debris on the tracks, how this will reduce delays, ultimately will reduce the risk of death and trauma caused by the lack of these doors. So I won't go into that. So I'm just going to get into the background of why I learned I would just understand the basics of screen doors. So I previously lived in South Korea for 3 years. And at that time, I arrived. I took the plane, arrived, touched down, and within the first couple days, I took the subway. And I got on there, and I noticed something that I never saw in Toronto. It's like platform edge doors. They were from the floor to the ceiling. When the train arrived, when the train wasn't there, the doors were closed. When the train arrived, the doors opened. It seemed, well, it's such a basic concept. Why don't we have it in Toronto? And I went back to Toronto, and I got on the subway, and yet there was no doors anywhere to be seen. And when I looked into why that is, I couldn't find any good reason. It just seemed that maybe too expensive, whatever the traditional Toronto reasons for never doing anything. Part of this maybe cynicism, but I think we've all experienced this in our lives. So, why are these important? In Korea, they have what they call line 2 is the sort of, as they call it, a war zone line. It is the central ring line of the subway. They have so many folks coming on. If they did not have edge doors, this could lead to disaster of people falling on the tracks. And as we heard already, stations like Dundas, stations like Union, stations like St. George, whatever ones you want to list, already have this crowding level that could lead, and as our population grows, this strain is just going to increase. So fundamentally, this is not a frill. This is not a nice to have. This is a must, and this needs to be done. So ultimately, fully support this initiative. All I'd like to say is that I would love to see this and I praise the goal to do a project, a pilot. Yes, I understand that's how Toronto works. But what I would like to see is once this pilot is done, we do the not Toronto thing and just keep going. We go to the next station, build subway doors. The next station, and we don't slow down. We've seen years and years where, unfortunately, we stopped expanding our subway and we're playing years of catch up. The cost is not going to get any lower to build these doors. So as soon as this project's done, once we saw it successful, because I'm sure with the expertise at TTC, it will be successful. We just keep going, keep plowing forward, keep putting this in. And just another plug for the Seoul subway system, but I will say a thing, and I heard another deputant speak about this in the last idea, but honestly, I'm glad to hear we're moving forward on a wayfinding in the TTC. I can't say it any louder that having something as simple as just numbers for station exits is essential, especially with many new folks coming in for the World Cup. If you have exit 1, exit 2, exit 3, exit 4, so much easier than to have to be the southeast exit, the northwest exit. If you're not from Toronto, trying to figure out how to get out of the subway is next to impossible. But let's add that. And I know it's not going to happen, but if Seoul, Korea, they can add Korean, English, Japanese, and Chinese to their announcements. Surely, if we ever have in the future, we can add our 2 official languages to all announcements on the TTC, English and French. Again, we'll say that to the side. Let's just focus right on forward, getting platform edge doors, and keep forward on that wayfinding project. I can't wait to hear about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Does anybody have any questions for Adam? Seeing none, thank you very much, Adam. Next, one more call for Adam Roy Cohoon. Nope. Okay. We will go in committee. Any questions from members? Vice Chair Mavic, 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you very much for the report. Life goes in cycles. I remember this report, maybe 20 years ago on the same issue. And I think staff did a great job, and maybe I'll be speaking to it, but I'll just say this much at the question period time on the suicide prevention reasons for doing it, and then also track level interruption reasons for doing it. But one of the things, if I remember right, and it might be my memory, there was a third set of reasons, and this is where I think we may need to do more work. But have you done any work or dug up any research on, call it line efficiency, that platform edge doors can support? And by that I mean this: and I'm sure I have the numbers wrong, but we have something like 25 train sets on the Yonge University line. If you do platform edge doors, because they can rush into stations and rush out of stations because the doors are there, you actually can achieve another 3 to 5 train sets on that line, which is an efficiency improvement of the track, of the use of the track, by something like 15 to 20%. At least that's the analysis that, if I remember right, that was done about 20 years ago. So have you done any work in that area? And if you have done any work in that area, boy, does that ever change and augment the business case, it seems to me. So that's a kind of a little bit of a statement, a little bit of a question.
Thanks for the question through the chair. The point is a good one that's made. So some of the benefits that have been highlighted by deputants around safety and crowding on platforms is very real and very tangible, but also some of the benefits are clearly operational efficiency and some of the cost savings with that. So because of dwell time is what ends up kind of bunging up the line, so to speak, and making your performance suffer. The quicker you can get people on and off a train, the quicker you can get a train in and out of the platform, and improves the overall performance, and then in turn saves costs. And to your point, Commissioner, also allows you to add eventually extra vehicles. And obviously the other issue is allows us to keep to certain headways. So they're clearly the safety benefits of platform edge doors, but above and beyond that, and ones that I think you could quantify, are around operational performance improvements. And the other item I would add is the customer experience enhancement. We hear it from our customers that they don't feel comfortable on certain platforms. That's a bit of a harder one to measure, but we do know from other systems that when platform edge doors or platform doors are in place, that passengers queue more efficiently and get in and out of vehicles and off the platform more quickly, and report just feeling much more comfortable in their customer experience as a subway user.
So just follow up on that, just at one point, do you think we could do some work, some additional work on line efficiency kinds of arguments?
Through the chair, assuming I don't get a dirty look from any of my colleagues across the room, yes, we could do that and help to quantify some of those other benefits of, let's call them operational efficiency, line capacity, that platform doors would also bring.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Jagdeo, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Myers. And to staff, thanks for putting this together and for walking us through some of the arguments for PEDs. It's clear that they work all around the world. We won't be the first jurisdiction to think about this, nor the last. But I do have some questions to try to understand this in more depth. Do we have any numbers around how many injuries the TTC measures on a monthly basis that can be prevented by PEDs? Of course, suicides are the first that come to mind, but are there any additional stats on that?
Through the chair, we do keep track of the unauthorized at track level, and we also keep stats on the injuries at track level, so we have that data.
What is that average monthly?
I'll have to get back to you, Commissioner Jagdeo. I don't have those numbers handy with me, but
Are you able to share with me like a ballpark figure that you won't have to commit to?
That won't have to commit to.
Through the chair, maybe
Go ahead,
I'll help
Josh.
here.
You
So
may remember.
in 2025, so far this year, we've had 218 delay incidents related to unauthorized on track.
Okay, that's great. Now, as part of the business case, I acknowledge that the KPIs that have been shared are fantastic from a public safety perspective, how we help to improve the overall health of our riders, but they feel a little too high level and a little city broad. And though that's important because we are an agency of the city, I'm wondering to know of those numbers, how much is truly being quantified or directly impacting the transit agency. So the business case in the executive summary, there are some great numbers. I think it's $120 million a year in terms of total savings, but that seems to be citywide unless those are all attributed to the transit agency.
Through the chair, so they are system-wide. This is a system-wide business case, so it was done on a very broad basis. And you're right, I think it's hard to, the majority of the benefits are articulated associated with the operational benefits that come from the safety improvements, I guess I would say. But you're right, benefits would be broader in terms of socioeconomic improvement for the city overall. Maybe I would just say it would be difficult to parse out kind of the social impact or improvement to TTC separate from the city in that sense. So it is, but you're right, it is a system-wide view.
Right, but to Commissioner Mihevic's point earlier, could we, in theory, come up with a ratio that it's if we stopped someone going on the track or a suicide, that would create efficiencies for our operations by X amount?
Yes.
Is there a figure that we can potentially work on to try and understand that? I think these KPIs are great, but it's hard for me to do my job as a fiduciary to say, okay, well, citywide, but how does this impact the transit agency directly?
Yes, I think we can be more specific about that.
Okay, that's helpful. Do we, and again, I'm not going to hold you to it, but do we really think that we're going to, if we approve this and we find funding, which I have a question on after, but if we could approve this and we find funding and we try to execute this over the next 10 years, do we really think that we can get all of our stations equipped with PEDs, or are we going to have to make concessions and prioritizations on where it goes? I know some of the deputants earlier today talked about some of the stations that make the most sense. Maybe we start at Dundas or TMU station, is what it's called now.
I think we recognize that full implementation of platform edge doors, whether they're partial height or full height, the The business case at a station-specific level may be different than system-wide, I guess I'll say it that way. There definitely are priority stations where there are safety challenges greater than there are at other stations. So I think our intent here would be to start and see, to demonstrate the benefits that we see in the studies that we have so far, and then do an assessment by station to make the right implementation choice for the station. So do we think we need PEDs at every single station across our system? I think we would need to look at what the station-specific benefit of that would be relative to the environment, the safety issues, and the conditions there.
Okay, last question, and I do have a motion on this item, but it sounds like it's about $55 million per station at the very high end to implement PEDs. If we remove the concept of PEDs altogether and I said, hey, you've got $55 million, your job is to improve customer experience, safety, and reliability, do PEDs come to mind first?
No, because I would ask through the chair, I would ask my friend Josh Cole in customer service and strategy where he would want to spend those $55 million.
Hello, Josh.
Through the chair, obviously we see the benefits of platform doors, but at the same time, we think there are a number of solutions, some of which we're trying now. We've seen kind of some of the decal floor markings at Bloor Station. We've looked at kind of signage and cameras and things like that. So platform edge doors work. They're tried and true and tested around the world. But at the same time, we want to make sure that we're using other technologies and solutions for a variety of stations to make sure we're improving the customer experience and safety.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions on platform edge doors? Commissioner Osborne?
The total bill for this is $4.1 billion, if I'm remembering correctly. Okay, thank you. How much of that, and this is a question I already know the answer to, how much of the $4.1 billion sits in unfunded capital?
All of it.
All of it.
Through the chair.
Okay, that's all I'm going to say for now. I will have something to speak to in a moment about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? So I do have a couple questions. So for the $4.1 billion figure, is that the total if we were to go floor to ceiling at every station? Because that seems consistent with the previous numbers.
Through the chair, that's correct. $4.1 billion is assuming full height platform doors at all stations across the system and implemented over a period of 20 years, so includes escalation over that period.
But in the report, we said that that's not what we're going to do. We're not going to do floor to ceiling at every station. It'll be dependent on each station. So floor to ceiling at Dundas, Young Bloor, Queen, higher volume stations, maybe floor to shoulder at other stations, and perhaps other technology at maybe a Bessarion, for example.
That's correct, and that's the fourth recommendation in the report, is to continue planning studies or planning work to identify the right solution by station.
So is it fair to say that the figure of $4.1 billion, it will probably be lower?
Yes, that's correct.
But we don't know by how much because we haven't done the analysis.
Correct.
And then regarding the decision to choose TMU station, why was that station in particular chosen over maybe another station that was perhaps less busy, like a Rosedale, but still has a high frequency of incidents of unauthorized entrances on track?
Through the chair, TMU, or I guess Dundas or TMU station was chosen for a variety of reasons. One is because of the high number of incidents on track and unauthorized on track there. Unfortunately, it's quite common at that station. In addition to that, paired with that would be the high volume of customers that use that station, and so often those platforms are quite crowded. And so in terms of realizing the operational benefits that we like to see and helping with crowding, that's why that station came to the top of the list.
But I'm thinking more Rosedale just because it's a similar layout to Dundas, but it doesn't have quite the volume of people. So you would be able to have the learnings without the actual disruptions in terms of how difficult or how easy it is to implement this, rather than going at the more complex stations first.
Through the chair, we think we get the most benefit by going at a station that has the issues it currently does in terms of customer volumes and intrusions on track, and that the cost potentially could be the same The other issue that's a bit tricky with Rosedale is it's because it's in an open part of the track. It brings another whole host of issues there for unauthorized on track, and so maybe not as good of a case study for comparison because of those other factors.
Okay, and then the cost estimate was $44 to $55 million per station, or at least for Dundas Station. How does that compare with other systems that have retroactively installed platform edge doors?
Through the chair, I think that was a challenge for us to get to the bottom of. Most of the, as you can see in the report, most of the work that's been done through platform edge doors are mostly prevalent in Europe and in Asia. Many of those are not retrofit scenarios. They were built when the stations were built, and so we did have a challenging time to get equivalent comparators with other jurisdictions. So I would say this is our bottom-up assessment across the system, but comparing to other jurisdictions, we didn't prove to be equitable.
So have we looked at other systems that have retroactively added platform edge doors, and do we know if this cost falls in line, and by how much?
It follows broadly in line. Other jurisdictions had a challenge sharing their numbers with us as well. And so we don't have, I can't definitively say we're in X percentile relative to other parts of the world. There were too many criteria that were not comparable to ours to make it a worthwhile analysis.
Thank you. And then I guess for the benefits, we kind of had two sets of benefits. We had sort of the direct TTC benefits, for example, the cost to the employees for the Employee Family Assistance Program, and then the cost for delays, I think that was $16 million. And then we had more of these wider socioeconomic benefits. How do we disaggregate in terms of what are the direct benefits for TTC? Obviously, we benefit from lower costs from our healthcare system or our police system, police forces. But how do we disaggregate to get the direct benefits for TTC in terms of what are they going to directly do for our customers?
Through the chair,
That's kind of combining them right now.
It is combining them in terms of the business case analysis, correct? Yeah. I think we would just have to focus in on the operational benefits as we discussed previously. It is a challenge because a lot of the largest benefit to PEDS is a public health benefit, which is a reduction of loss of life, which has follow-on benefits, obviously, around emergency response, employee health from trauma, et cetera, and passenger delays. So it will be a challenge for us to parse that out, but we can take that back and see how we scale the benefit analysis to TTC-specific benefits.
And then I guess with the larger socioeconomic benefits, since those benefits would largely accrue to the province, is the thought that there would be some sort of ask from the province to show that if this was implemented, it would actually lead to lower costs for them as well?
Steph, I think that's all part of the business case.
Yeah.
To go forward, we need to dig deeper into what that business case looks like, the drivers, all that stuff, everything you said.
Okay, thank you.
I'm going to circulate, if I may. This is, the whole principle is it's not one size fits all. Whether it's a full platform edge, a half platform edge, this is called a rope screen. And then by inheriting lines 5 and 6, there's a sensor system that gets us not quite to the same place, but in that direction. So we have to custom by station. We need to do the deep dive on all 70 stations to figure out what makes sense. My vision is if you look at concentric circles around Union Station, those stations closest to Union need the full platform edge door. The further you get, the less you need. So that's just a hypothesis of mine, but I do believe we're going to get there. But I'm going to circulate this. If you're interested to thumb through, you may. This is actually their marketing piece. This is the keychain made from the actual rope that makes this system. So you get a sense of how robust it is. You're speaking. And get a sense of how robust it is. The average person will not have a tool that can cut through this. So I just looked at you and I said, you would want to see this. But then it'd be an injury waiting to happen. I think I'm really proud of the team. The intelligence level we have on this is significant. And I think messaging to the outside is TTC often gets criticized for looking in a rearview mirror to do its planning. This actually does the reverse. We're actually looking ahead to come up with a better mousetrap to make things safer. So I think we should all be pretty pleased that we're actually shifting the conversation to looking ahead.
Thank you. Any other speakers on this item? Sorry, questions? No? Speakers? So Vice Chair Mahavik first, and then Commissioner Osborne, then Jagdeo, then Sachs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. First thing I want to do is just acknowledge that John O'Grady is in the room, and now some folks might not know him, but he was the Chief Safety Officer at the TTC and wrote many a report on platform edge doors and was a staff advocate for their installation. And if there is a trail that's been blazed, he was a big part of blazing that trail. I want to say that I'm a fan of platform edge doors. I think we should install platform edge doors for suicide prevention reasons, that's a sufficient reason to do it. But there's more. The second reason why in and of itself it is a wise decision is because of all the track level interruptions that cause problems up and down the line, all the things that are in the report, they're all true, and that in and of itself is a reason to put in platform edge doors. The third reason that I think needs more work, and that was identified in previous TTC staff reports, was line level efficiency. By being able to add 10, 15, 20% more trains on the system essentially means that you're squeezing the efficiency out of the existing plant that you have, infrastructure that you have. So if you achieve a 15% enhanced efficiency on an asset that is worth whatever, $50 billion, $60 billion, then platform edge doors pay for themselves for that reason alone. Combine the three and you really have a winning project. Now, we are all conscious that this particular topic, platform edge doors, is up against Waterfront East, is up against buses, is up against a state of good repair. And so we have to be wise, and I understand that there is a motion to basically refer this to strategic planning, to put this in some kind of coherent order. But I do want to say at this point that we got to be champions for this. City of Toronto, we have never been known, rarely have we been known for boldness and to say, bite it and let's do it. We're the city of the pilot. So let's do a pilot. Let's show Toronto 1 or 2. And if it works, Toronto will embrace it. The way I see this rolling out is the same way I think the elevators have rolled out. And after generations work, after 20 years work, we're finally at the end of that process. Well, there's 1 or 2 more stations left, as I understand it. Or a few more. Okay, pull my hair out. So maybe that's the way this is going to evolve. And, as it evolves, there will be different iterations and different designs depending on the station and the objective reality on the ground in those stations. However, I would say this. We never did with the elevators do a total cost analysis. Like $4.1 billion scares me. It should scare us. However, that's not the way we did the elevators. We said, no, Bathurst subway station, it is this much, and we're going to pay for it, and we're going to do it. And then next year, we're going to do 3 of them. And, you do it as you can pay for it. But it is part of the thinking. It's part of the future. It's part of building a great city, it seems to me. And given all the development that's happening on Yonge Street, especially Yonge, Finch North, I'm told that you cannot get a seat on Finch Avenue. Sorry, if you're at Shepherd and it's southbound in the morning rush hour, you can't get a seat even at Shepherd. And that's only going to intensify. So it seems to me this is part of the thing. Adding line efficiency is just something that we need to do. So I'm a fan of it. yes, I'll support the motion to do a little bit more research. Maybe it's on that line efficiency piece and any other pieces that are missing. But I do think that sooner or later, fingers crossed, that we find a way to make this happen.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice Chair. And next I have Commissioner Osborne.
Thank you, Chair. I actually am also a fan of the platform edge doors, but I fear that we are looking at this in isolation. And it's $4.1 billion. On that list, as Vice Chair Mihevc pointed out, are things like buses and those very trains that you would have us on line 1 that would allow us to increase our service. And so we've already spent an awful lot of money on this. I didn't know the history that you mentioned, that this has been ongoing for 20 years. But even just this report took a lot of time and money, and I'm glad we have it because it gives us something to speak to. But I think we need to be realistic about the chances that we are going to find this money. I also think that we have a new CEO starting in 2 weeks, and I think this is the job of the CEO and his team to come up with the strategy to present to our strategic planning committee. And so as a result, I would urge us to take a pill just for a little bit of time, allow the CEO and his team to do the work, because if in the end it is decided that we're going to take, which unfortunately scarce resources, and they're going to go in a certain order that eliminates the reality, the feasibility of considering platform edge doors, that we not spend money moving this forward. And we also don't expend management's time, which is also worth something because it's taking them from other things that they have to do. So I just caution us getting too excited about this in isolation and approaching it in the right order, because we're talking about a lot of money here. Like even just one pilot, we have a lot of things we can do with $50 million. Like, it just doesn't seem to me the kind of thing you just decide to do because we're going to show something. I really would like us to slow down and hit pause until Mandeep has a chance to come in and sort out what the recommended strategy is on this and other occupants of that unfunded capital report. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Commissioner Jagdeo.
Thanks, Chair Myers. I have a motion. Is this an appropriate time to discuss that? Thank you. We know that this works, right? Platform edge doors work. South Korea installed them they started installing them in 2006. They completed installation in 2008. London Underground first installed them in 1999. I think I was 5. So these work. But I'm worried that the research and the business case that has been done doesn't fully encapsulate the true suite of solutions that could potentially solve for the issues that we're trying to deal with here. And I think this needs a little bit more work, which is coming from somebody who wants to move things very quickly and doesn't like writing reports. I think there's some additional analysis that should be done on this, because I don't know whether or not we've done the work to determine if this is truly the right solution based on what the exam question is, right? And I want to talk about that quickly. If our goal is to introduce PEDs, does it work? Is there a benefit to it? Then sure, the answer is certainly yes. I don't think we're ever going to truly see an ROI on this. Yes, $120 million, assuming all subway stations have them. That's great, but when we compare that to a $4.1 billion cost, I think it's like a 360-year return on investment, which, I mean, we should still be somewhat responsible. So I think there's a bit of work to be done, and I want to share this motion with you all today, folks, that just talks a bit about how we can take a couple of steps, implement some of the goals Commissioner Mihevc has on trying to get some of the operational efficiencies, talk to some of the work that Julie wants us to do to truly understand where we prioritize. So the first one is around technology infrastructure, passenger management solutions. I think it's important that we do a bit of work to understand what additional technologies could exist that still help create a good customer experience and safety. Mind you, we talked about South Korea, or at least one of the deputants talked about South Korea as a case example. South Korea, per 100,000 people, has the highest rate of suicide. So it makes sense that platform edge doors, when that stat came out in 2004, it made sense to implement. But does it make sense to implement it in today's day and age? I don't necessarily know. There are cameras that are equipped with artificial intelligence that can determine whether or not someone is showing behavior of potentially wanting to kill themselves or committing suicide on the track that is millions of dollars cheaper than putting together these PEDs. Now, that being said, PEDs are important, and pilots, I think, are great. I love pilots. It's a way to prove the concept out. It would be great to get some insight from staff on where we're actually prioritizing these PEDs, because it can't be all the stations, and based on what Mr. Cole told me today, it's unrealistic for us to believe that we can get to every single station. I know that's true in reality, but I'd like to see that reflected on paper. As part of this, it's important for us to understand what the capital budget costs of these alternative solutions could look like, what that capital cost looks like for us if we consider any other alternative solution that achieves the same thing: operational efficiency, safety, health and wellness. And I think that the business case could be expanded on to include some of those operational efficiencies. I'll be honest, I'm not as comfortable with the high-level KPIs that are shared in the business case. To commit to Chair Meyer's point, they are blended, and I'd like to see what that specifically is for the TTC. And finally, a review of alternative solutions to the PED funding model that leverages some non-fair, or i.e. advertising mechanisms, I think could be important here too. So I don't think this is a complete no, but in my mind, there's a bit of work that needs to be done around the operational efficiencies, potentially some work to understand what alternative solutions exist. Because again, if the exam question is, do PEDs work and should we implement them? Sure, the answer is yes. But if the exam question is, if we had a reasonable budget and our goal was to drive safety, to improve performance of the system, and to ensure that it's reliable, then our PEDs are first solution. My gut tells me probably no. And I'd like to understand what that potential suite of options look like. And I know there's a motion coming that hopefully will bring all this information and bring it to the Strategy Planning Committee, but I believe that this serves as a precursor. And if we have the information, we can make a bit more of an informed strategic decision on what that looks like in that committee. So I'll stop here. I'm happy to take questions. Thanks for the time.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions for the mover? Commissioner Osborne? 3 minutes, clarification.
I'm going to be reiterating what I just said in a way, but I'm just wondering, do you want to do all this if we end up not being able to do platform edge doors at all because we don't have the money? Like, someone's got to do all that work. It's likely going to be a consultant. We'll have to pay them. If in the end it's decided that on that long list of unfunded capital, platform edge doors doesn't bubble up as much as I think it's probably safe to say everybody in this room wants to do it. But the reality is we have so many things on that list, and I'm not sure if we are ever going to have the money for it. And so I just don't want to throw good money after bad, that's all. So it seems to me I would wait to do all this, yes, but not until we know there's a reasonable chance of this moving forward.
And I think it's a great point that you raised, Julie, around the underfunded portion of the capital. But what I think this motion tries to dissect is, do we even need PEDs in the first place? And what this motion tries to articulate is, are there other solutions that get to the root of the issues? Are there other solutions that we should be considering, like technology, like artificial intelligence? I can go on and on about the type of acronyms that exist today that talk about technology, but are there ways that we can still achieve what the hope is here without having to do PEDs, which, as you know, are underfunded and based on the numbers shared with us today, are incredibly expensive at $55 million per station. Sorry, unfunded, even worse, right? So this is, hey, let's put the brakes on PEDs for a second. Let's get staff, no consultants. Please do not hire McKinsey. Let's have that discussion, figure out what the suite of alternatives look like, and maybe we can have that discussion on, okay, well, if we're achieving this, then maybe we can make some concessions around the budget to allow for these new technology solutions, which I think will be significantly under $55 million per station.
Any other questions? Clarification? No? Commissioner Sachs.
Hope you're supportive.
There we are. I have considerable sympathy for the comments that have just been made, because on top of the $55 million, I hope you noticed page 90 and 91 of the report, which says that the $55 million estimate is from a project maturity level of 0 to 2%, an expected accuracy range of from -20 to plus 100%, and doesn't include 50 other things. So we are very likely dealing with costs that are enormously larger than $55 million. And I would also like to point out, in terms of the comment that, you know, we've been working for 20 years in elevators and we're fixed, they're done. Look at page 8 of the major projects report, and you will see that there are 12 stations that don't have them yet. 6 are in my ward. The costs have gone through the roof. The disruption has been enormous. My residents are furious. These projects are very big. They are unbelievably expensive. They take a very, very long time, and we are neck deep in unfunded critical things that are central to our mission. So I have a motion. I understand there's a motion coming from the chair that this matter should go to the strategic committee, and I absolutely agree with that, because the question before us isn't whether platform age doors have good features, reduce suicides, increase safety, maybe they can increase the speed of the trains. There's lots of good things about them. But what we don't know is, where do they fit in the list of our capital priorities, given that the continued operation of the system as a whole depends on a huge amount of money, like money to overhaul the streetcars when they reach the end, you know, their midlife, and all kinds of other things that we have to run the TTC, which are not funded. And the job of the strategic committee is going to be to say, among these hundreds of millions or billions of dollars of desperately, urgently needed things, what priority should we give? Because we're not going to have enough money to do everything. And for that purpose, I think we need some information about what the costs and benefits to the TTC are, which we do not get in this business case. We get some general numbers, but the overwhelming numbers are not about the TTC. And neither do we don't get all the benefits to the TTC, and we certainly don't get all the costs, and we don't get costs of any of the alternatives. I think it's important to remember, and we know this, and our chief engineer just reminded us, it's much easier, it is much cheaper to put in platform edge doors when you build a new station, much more difficult to retrofit them into existing stations, which is part of why putting elevators into the old stations in my ward is such a nightmare. And guess what? There are many new stations being built right now in the city of Toronto by the province of Ontario, and they are not putting these doors anywhere. They are using a different system. We haven't been given the cost of that different system. If the province won't pay to put platform doors on their own stations that our premier is bragging about, what makes us think they're going to give us the money to put them at enormously greater expense in our system? So I think that we should have more information. We should have enough information that we can make an informed decision about priorities. We do need to set priorities, because we cannot fund everything we want, no matter how much we want it. We don't have the money for everything we want. We've got no way to get the money for everything we want. And we have to be realistic about what we can actually afford, not just about what we want. And for that, we need more information from staff than we've got. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions for clarification? Nope. Any other speakers on this item? Commissioner Matlow.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Councillor Mihevc spoke very well, and I won't spend time reiterating his points, but I wanted to simply concur with the emphasis of what he was saying with respect to platform edge doors, mitigating tragedies, but also mitigating the disruptions and delays that we are experiencing in our system, which is one of the very top priorities for transit riders throughout our city. The less reliable our system is, the fewer people will use it if they have other options, or if they have no other options, their lives are just going to continue being disrupted, and that's not good enough. Our job is to make it better. I also recognize at the same time that we are chronically underfunded. We are one of the few, if only, major transit systems in the world that doesn't have sustainable and predictable and reliable funding for our system from higher levels of government. No real ongoing operating support, and ad hoc ribbon-cutting level capital investments. So I get that we need to set priorities and we struggle between them. But I don't want this to die. Like, I don't want this to just disappear. I don't want this to be sidelined. I don't want this to be studied into non-existence. And I fear that that's where we're going to be going if we're just sending this off to a committee. I would like us to move forward with, at the very least, a station. I'd like it to eventually roll out to many more where the data demonstrates that we are having the most issues with trespassing. And yes, I think we should be working toward the provincial government, along with having a conversation amongst ourselves about the best ways to move forward with its funding. But my gut is, and I hope I'm wrong, but if we send it off to a committee, it will go and gently rest there and most likely not come back for a very long time. And we need to consider if we are serious about setting this as one of our priorities or not. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers? No? Okay. I will go next. So I have a motion. So this essentially deletes recommendation 3 and refers the implementation of a platform edge door pilot installation at a TTC station, including funding based on estimates, to the Strategic Planning Committee for consideration to be included as part of the 2026 budget submission. So essentially, I'm hearing what everyone's saying, and I agree that this needs more work, or not that it needs more work, we just have more questions. So that's why I think Councillor Sax's motion is important, just to get more of the business case numbers. I hear also what Councillor Matlow is saying, and that we don't want to send this to a committee to die. This has been going on now for almost 20 years. I think why this should go to the Strategic Planning Committee is because the Strategic Planning Committee was set up to set the budget priorities for the 2026 ask. So when we go to the city with what are the priorities for the budget for 2026, if the committee decides that platform edge doors should be number 1, number 2, number 3, number whatever on the list, I think that should be done in a more holistic fashion rather than just, this is one of the many unfunded projects that we should be adding. And again, I was sort of alluding to it, but it might be that the committee decides that maybe there's a less capital intensive or less expensive option to sort of pilot this and to see what are the actual benefits before we start rolling it out. I think we all agree that there are benefits. I think we just want to know more information. I will say I also agree with Commissioner Osborne's point in that Commissioner Jagdeo's motion has a lot of important information. A lot of it I do agree with, but I think that would be a very expensive undertaking to do at this point. And I think we've been studying this now for 20 years, so we need to just make a decision one way or the other if we're going to go ahead with it. I think part of what I was sort of on the fence of, whether or not to support this, and I think part of why I was inspired was, one, we did go to Taipei, Josh and Greg and I, and we saw that, they had the same problems that we did, and they decided to retroactively retrofit each of their station over 20 years. And they didn't sort of look at this is going to cost whatever billions of dollars. They said, let's just start with one station and go from there. And that's pretty much what we're proposing here. And I will say, as chair, I get the emails probably once every couple weeks of priority one, someone who's committed suicide on the tracks. And it's, obviously it's very tragic for their family and, whoever's done it, but it's also incredibly traumatic for the employees who are driving the trains at this time. So I think we do have an obligation to move forward with this and to make a decision and to see where this fits in the priorities of the TTC. And again, it might be we go with the floor-to-ceiling decision at TMU, but we might decide something else. And that's part of the work that we are going to ask Stephanie and her team to do and Josh's team to do when they come to Strategic Planning Committee at our next meeting. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions. Commissioner Osborne?
Just a clarification there. You're talking about the Strategic Planning Committee. At what point, I'm assuming that the implication is that the material that you're getting is coming from management.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
That's with Commissioner Sachs's motion. Because she's asking for more of a business case, so that would all be coming to Strategic Planning Committee.
Right, but I'm talking about the priorities here and what's in the budget submission. That's coming from management to the Strategic Planning Committee.
I don't know the answer to that because there's also going to be the ridership growth strategy, so what's going to fit in there. And management will make the recommendations, but it's also to be the final decision will ultimately be the board in terms of what are the priorities.
Right, but you're not generating the list. Management is, I'm
Yes.
assuming. Yes, okay, thank you.
Commissioner Kim?
Sorry, I just need some clarification on this motion. So for your motion, are you proposing to go ahead with the pilot?
No, it's proposing to take the item to the Strategic Planning.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then discuss it there, and then...
Then it will come back in sort of a larger list of priorities of here's the priorities for the 2026 budget.
So it could or could not die, or it may or may not die.
I don't know if it will die. It might not be the priority. I will say that in terms of what are the priorities for the 2026 budget, what's the money available, and where does this fit?
Because I'm just overwhelmed by the sheer the cost and how we're going to get the money.
And again, this will also give Mandeep an opportunity to look into this as well. I understand that he's had some experience retroactively retrofitting platform edge doors in New York. So. Any other questions? Nope. So the first thing we have to do is vote on Commissioner Jagdale's.
So it's either you or him.
Yes. Yes.
Your motion or his motion?
Yes.
We're supporting both of you as human beings, yes.
But if you support it to refer it back, then that's it.
Yeah.
So Commissioner you want to explain?
Can I speak to my motion or describe some of the differences?
No, because we're over that time.
Sorry, in terms of voting, the motion from Commissioner Jagdale was a referral motion, so it refers the item back to staff, whereas the motions from Commissioner Sachs and the chair are amendment motions. So they amend the report recommendations. Correct. Yep.
And you can't do both.
Yes, sorry. So to clarify, if the motion from Commissioner Jagdale carries, then the motions from the chair and Commissioner Sachs would be redundant.
And the recommendations.
Correct.
And the recommendations from staff are redundant. Okay. So all those in favor of Commissioner Jagdale's motion? All those opposed? Which one? So you're opposed to Commissioner Jagdale's?
No, I support it.
Okay, so, sorry. Call the question. So all those in favor of Commissioner Jagdale's motion? So 1, 2. All those opposed? Pardon? And Matlow, sorry. We'll just do a recorded vote. We'll just do a recorded vote. Because I can't see.
Recorded vote on the motion by Commissioner Jagdeo. Commissioner Ainsley?
In favor?
Commissioner Bravo?
Opposed?
Commissioner Jagdeo?
In favor?
Commissioner Kim?
In favor.
Commissioner Malik?
Opposed?
Commissioner Matlow?
Opposed.
Commissioner Hevick? Chair Myers?
Opposed.
Commissioner Osborne?
Opposed.
Commissioner Sachs?
Opposed.
Motion by Commissioner Jagdeo does not carry on a vote 7 in the negative.
So all those in favor of Commissioner Sachs's amendment? So that's, I can't see. Carries? Sorry, we're just going to do a recorded vote on this one, yes.
Sorry, what's the difference between this one? Which one is this?
So this one is the one to go to the strategic, so Commissioner Jagdale's motion is defeated.
dead, yep.
Dead. So this one is now so now it's just the staff recommendations. So this one is amending the staff recommendations to come back with the Class 5 estimates, cost benefits. So some of the work that was asked for in Commissioner Jagdale's motion that gets referred to in the motion to Strategic Planning Committee, that's my motion.
On the motion by Commissioner Sachs, Commissioner Ainsley,
In favor?
Commissioner Bravo,
In favor.
Commissioner Jagdeo,
In favor?
Commissioner Kim, Commissioner Malik,
In favor?
Commissioner Matlow,
In favor.
Commissioner Mahevic, Chair Myers,
In favor?
Commissioner Osborne,
Opposed?
Commissioner Sachs.
In favor.
The motion by Commissioner Sachs carries 9 in favor.
So now the motion, we might as well do a recorded for this one too.
Yep. On the motion by Commissioner Myers, Commissioner Ainsley, sorry, Chair Myers.
In favor?
Commissioner Bravo,
In favor.
Commissioner Jagdeo,
Not in favor?
Commissioner Kim,
In favor.
Commissioner Malik,
In favor?
Commissioner Matlow,
Opposed.
Commissioner Mahevic, Chair Myers,
In favor?
Commissioner Osborne,
In favor?
Commissioner Sachs.
In favor.
The motion by Chair Myers carries 8 in favor.
So item as amended, recorded vote.
On the item as amended, Commissioner Ainsley,
In favor?
Commissioner Bravo,
In favor.
Commissioner Jagdeo,
In favor?
Commissioner Kim,
In favor.
Commissioner Malik,
In favor?
Commissioner Matlow,
In favor.
Vice Chair Mahevic, Chair Myers,
In favor?
Commissioner Osborne,
In favor?
Commissioner Sacks.
In favor.
The item carries, as amended, carries unanimously.
Thank you. So now we are on to item 4. So this next item is the non-fair revenue strategic review, and we have a speaker on this item, Alan Ewell. Don't know if Alan is here. Nope, okay. Are there any questions for staff on the non-fair revenue?
I noticed the advertising is about $30 million. Who am I speaking with, just by the way? Remind me if this was, it seems to be, if my memory serves me, that it used to be around 80 million, 60 million, 80 million. So this is a significant departure, right?
Through the chair, advertising, I think in 2024 was 26 million of the 42 million in non-fair revenue. What we're noticing with advertising revenue with our deal with Pattison, so we have a kind of a provider of kind of a one-stop shop for selling advertising, is static advertising is just not selling anymore. And so what sells are the digital installations of advertising. And so you can see that we're starting to increase the amount of those across the station, the system. The challenge there is there's an upfront cost. And some of the logistics and, with kind of the team that needs access to stations and tunnels all the time. Sometimes there's a conflict there, but we're continuing to look to install more digital advertising platforms so that number can increase.
The old number, like 10, 20 years ago, it was, my recollection is 60, 80 million bucks.
So I don't believe that's correct. I think it was in total. So this contract, so that was over a period of years, that this is the highest value contract when it was awarded, which pays between 30 and 40 million. The number is less for 2024 because it is based upon achieving 80% of ridership to maximize the minimum payment. And since ridership was slightly under 80%, there was slightly less payment for advertising in 2024.
Okay, so and what this shows is what you're saying, correct me if I'm wrong, is the behavior of passengers is they're doing a lot of this and not much this.
Correct. So the advertising dollars are being spent on their phones from advertisers who are buying those spots as opposed to some of the traditional spots. And so it's something we have to be, and we are looking at new ways to be more innovative, and you see it in other systems in the world that can get people's eyes off their phones. That's how you can then sell those spaces.
Okay, and correct me if I'm wrong, but do we have a vigorous strategy to advertise ourselves as TTC? TTC, the better way, the community way, the sexier way, the whatever way. Whatever works. But to promote ourselves in a vigorous way.
Yes.
Do we have a vigorous strategy to do so?
Through the chair, we have a strategy, and one that, though, I would say is we are refreshing for the exact reasons I think you're suggesting. And so we have space within the system that we can use for our own advertising, for our own messages. And so you see that around the system. That's as part of our agreement with Pattison. And so we continue to use those spaces to try and promote the TTC and other messages. One of the things we do believe as part of growing ridership is that we have to have a more targeted message to people who aren't using the system. And so that will also be something that's highlighted as one of the tactics through the ridership growth strategy that we think we have to do more of. It will not be a blanket approach like we would have seen in past years. It's going to be much more targeted, again, like we were discussing earlier, to areas where we think there's growth, areas where we think we can bring people back to the TTC, or to people who aren't currently riding and we think we can bring them in as a customer.
Commissioner Jagdeo.
Thank you, Chair Myers. Is my mic on now? Yes. Non-fair revenue initiatives, near and dear to my heart, Josh, so thanks for putting this together. As you probably are uniquely aware, given that you were a management consultant once upon a time, not too long ago, part of good business model innovation is not just thinking about our peers, but thinking about the adjacent organizations and companies and what they're doing. So I suppose for the purposes of transit, I think stadiums, I think airports, I think malls. As part of this, and I know the beautiful 2x2 has articulated a couple of good categories. But have you looked at some of these adjacencies, and do they show up here? Because it could be worthwhile to take a look at what's going on there from just purely a foresight perspective. So maybe you can give some commentary on that.
Through the chair, and thanks for the question. We have certainly kind of our first stop was to look at what our peers are doing around the world, and so we collected that and pulled together some of those ideas to borrow or steal or to innovate around. But we've also looked at what I guess you've called adjacent industries, so airlines being one of them, the broader transportation sector, and I would just say industries that have any one or thing that is customer facing. So that's what we aspire to do more of. Part of what this does is what you would be approving today is approving also our work plan to go forward, where we'd like to be doing much more of that and make some investments in getting some of the people ideas and strategies in place that aren't just the ones found traditionally in transit, but that we're seeing at entertainment, venues, many of the other industries that you cited. So we have looked at it, but we believe there's more work to do as part of this strategy.
Sure. And is there anything here that relates back to data? And I'll leave the question open-ended just to get your thoughts on this.
Through the chair, I guess there is, yes, there is in data in a couple different ways. If you look at what other systems and maybe other adjacent industries are doing, and one of the categories of non-fair revenue is certainly data, and there's an ability to monetize that. Obviously, as a public sector organization and with some of the kind of privacy provisions and regulation that we're bound by, then we might have a bit of a different set of situations there, but we certainly think there's something to mine there. And the other kind of data point is that as we build out this program, we need better data and capturing data on eyeballs, effectiveness, spend, effectiveness of that spend. And so we want to build out where we'd have those targets, use that data to better inform how we would then invest going forward. Many of the best, I would say, or maybe the lucrative opportunities around non-fair revenue require an upfront investment. Very few of them are just there's dollars hanging around that we can grab. And so why we need that data is to basically build business cases that we would bring to executive tables and within management or to the board, where we would make a case for that investment that would yield a return down the road.
Right, but there's and you know, we have to. I'm sure Michael Atlas will probably give some advisory on this too. But there are probably ways in which there are probably some low-hanging fruit opportunities around maybe partnering with private sector to say, hey, if you're a TTC user and you show proof of it, you can get a discount at I don't know, Canadian Tire or a grocery chain, similar to what Oyster Card has done in the past, or for those who remember, or those who have teenagers, the student price card, which is a great piece of collateral that gives you 15% off if you buy the discount card. So, and I know our goal is to have as many open payment transactions as possible, but there is still a contingent of people using Presto. So does that factor into this?
Yeah, through the chair, it definitely does. We will be looking at kind of whether you want to call them loyalty programs in some shape or form. The one thing just to kind of put out there is because we don't own Fare Collection, that's through our partnership with Presto, that there's the data there is something that's essential for us to have access to, so that we know our customers just fundamentally, but also so that we can see if there are revenue opportunities that come with that. And so as we, well, maybe I'll stop what I'm saying, but we are on the cusp of looking at what our next evolution of fair payment collection will be.
Sure. And last question, as you were asking for the ability to hire people into this role, and I wonder if there's a specific incentive mechanism that we can think through that encourages them to be innovative and to inspire through performance bonus, because effectively what we're building here is, look, we've got revenue generated through our fares and we have alternative ways of doing that, and I look at that as more of like a high performance engine that is thinking how we make as much money as possible. Right. Last question. So have we thought about that?
Through the chair, we have thought about that, and we love that thinking. But at this moment, might not be fully equipped to be able to do that and to have a performance-based kind of pay. What I would say is that compared to our peers, we have far fewer people focused on non-fair revenue than any of our kind of relevant peers do. And so I think that the point more than anything is, if we want to increase non-fair revenue, we need someone who's focused on increasing non-fair revenue.
If you can't measure it, you can't manage it. Thank you, Josh.
Commissioner Osborne?
I don't have questions. I want to speak to it. Thanks.
Commissioner Malik.
Thank you very much. I do want to return to some of what has been asked from my colleagues. I see there are a bunch of new areas for advertising identified, some of which sound a little bit disruptive with the audio advertising. But when so many of us are on the TTC, we have seen that ad space on streetcars and subways are empty. Can you just share a little bit more clearly how we're looking to maximize the existing advertising sites?
Thank you for the question. Through the chair, we've developed a plan to address what I think we're all seeing was the increasingly empty ad spaces on our vehicles and in stations. And as I mentioned before, part of that is ad buyers are just not buying static ad spaces. And so they increasingly want digital spaces and not static. So part of the plan that's being developed is to actually have more digital ad spaces they can buy. Above and beyond that, what we're doing is developing evergreen content right now that can go into our vehicles and our stations in those spaces that can promote some of our own public awareness campaigns and customer campaigns. To borrow Commissioner Mihevic's kind of phrase about maybe making the TTC seem a little more attractive and sexier, and really looking for other ways that we can promote the city and using the TTC. So currently we have a plan where we're looking to increase digital spaces, but also activate and liven up our vehicles and stations by putting content into those existing analog traditional spaces that increasingly just people aren't buying.
That's good to know. I do like the idea about working with promoters to include TTC fare in the cost of the tickets. I asked about this several times when we were working together and preparing for Taylor Swift coming to Toronto, and now with FIFA World Cup also less than a year away. Does this have to be done on a case-by-case basis, or is it about working with groups like Ticketmaster and Live Nation to do it on a blanket basis?
Through the chair, we've to date worked it on a case-by-case basis. What we've seen from some peer agencies, Seattle being one of them, is they did a deal with their major venue in the city to add a price of a ticket to every concert or sporting event ticket that was bought. And so we think that is definitely something we want to pursue and take that more comprehensive approach you described in your question, as opposed to negotiating things with each event or with each opportunity that comes about.
Okay, can you share a little bit more about what conversations you've already had on this?
Through the chair, just kind of recognizing some of the maybe commercial confidentiality around that. It's a little tricky maybe to get too in depth, but what I would say is that we're working on a partnership right now with Live Nation that would, I don't want to scoop any announcements, but that would look at us partnering with some of the events they're going to be hosting at Downsview Station sometime soon. But maybe just to say, we welcome the suggestion you're making through the question. And we think there's great opportunity in a broader partnership with adding transit tickets to event tickets.
Thank you. Any other questions on this item? No? Okay.
Would you put me on the speakers list, please?
Oh, you want to speak? Sure. So I did have a few questions. So regarding the decision to hire staff, how many staff are you considering hiring?
Obviously, the budget, through the chair, we have an upcoming budget process, and so we are in the midst of developing our budget asks internally. Right now, we have maybe 2 people who are focused on this, and it's not their full-time focus. We would like to eventually build that out to add another 3. That might not necessarily all make it through in this first budget year, but we at the very least need another person that this would be their sole, and a single person where this would be their sole focus. Just by comparison, Metrolinx has 19 people working in this area. and much smaller systems in Canada have far more people in similar capacities. So as part of the budget submission, we would hope to have certainly at least an additional person involved.
Okay. And what does success look like after this person's been hired?
Through the chair, obviously.
Are there KPIs that you're going to be putting forward in terms of goals or targets that you want them to reach?
Through the chair, those goals and targets would not be attached to this one individual person's performance. This is not something we're able to do. But corporately, what we'd want to do is have a much more robust non-fair revenue target. So part of the task of actually having someone is to build out a program and to build out KPIs that we could measure against. We don't have that right now, and that's one of the first steps that someone in a role like this would help us to build out.
Thank you. And I was just reading the report, and I see there's a movement for return to office. Has there been any discussion about, working with a TD or a TELUS or one of those big employers about offering bulk employee passes at a discounted rate? I think we had something like that in the past.
Through the chair, we used to have a bulk employee purchase program, and obviously that was discontinued even before the pandemic. And since the pandemic, with people's change in patterns going to work, there's a very different model. One of the things that we hope to bring forward to this board through our ridership growth strategy is to look at different fare policy initiatives or interventions that could encourage people to come back to using transit, especially if they're at work more. A bulk purchase plan could be part of that. The one thing I would say is I don't think the monthly pass model that we used to use as bulk purchase is necessarily the way to go. The way people's patterns have shifted. So it's something where we need to do more analysis to find out what that looks like, and then initiate conversations with some of those employers in the city. I guess more than anything, we would love if those employers in the city, including this one, would send their employees back to work more often. That would see the biggest growth in ridership beyond any marketing campaign we could do, but we're certainly willing to partner with them.
Great, thank you very much. Now we're on to speakers. I have Commissioner Osborne first, and then Commissioner Matlow.
Thanks. I like the idea of this revenue generation. The only thing I will point out is that one of the items listed in this table is parking, which brings in a impressive sounding 7.7 and some change million until you look at what it costs, and we're in the hole 5 million. So revenue generation is a great thing. But it's not just the top line, it's the bottom line as well. So if I would just urge you to keep in mind the profit, that it isn't just a top line chasing dollars in where you've got a lot of time and effort and it doesn't really move us forward. Because a lot of these things that we've been discussing actually do that. One of them is not parking. So I would say it sits there for us as a cautionary tale. Yeah, so I would say, I guess the only thing, my recommendation would be, you've got listed a bunch of guiding principles. I would put profit in there or some other benefit, whether that, if it's increasing ridership and there isn't like a hardcore number dropping to the bottom, I think that's fine. I would just like to have a benefit, some kind of statement that there's a net benefit at the end to the TTC. That's it for me.
Thank you, Commissioner Osborne. Commissioner Matlow.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a motion, if the clerk could post it. And if I can't see it, if you could just let me know when it's in front of you.
Did you send it to the clerk? She doesn't have it.
A while back. I worked with Natalie.
Okay, sorry. Just give us a few.
I'll send it right now.
Okay, yeah, just give us a few seconds.
Okay. Natalie, who is very helpful as always.
Does anybody else want to speak on this in the meanwhile? Nope.
Would you like me to just speak to it?
Sure.
It's very simple.
Sure.
I don't have it in front of me, but in summary, it's about exploring the possibility of having a bricks and mortar TTC shop. for merchandise. One could describe this idea as one of the most important things that have ever been brought to this board, to bring in billions of dollars of revenue that could transform the TTC for generations to come. But if anyone said that, they would be dishonest. That's not what this is. This is about bringing in some revenue and also taking pride in our system, having fun and enjoying the iconic TTC brand, the stories that go along with it. Cities around the world, including London and New York, have bricks and mortar shops that are typically associated with transit museums as well. But we've got something really special. When we think about the Paris Metro, or we think about the London Underground, you can picture their brands. You can picture their logos and their icons, because there's T-shirts, there's maps, there's mugs, there's all sorts of things around the world that people, when they visit their cities, pick up because it reminds them of a special part of the city that they visited and they loved. That's what the TTC is to us. But typical of Toronto, and sadly of Canada, I find, we're not good at promoting ourselves in the way that many other countries and cities do. But we've got some great merchandise. You can get it online. I even found some in the heart of Hillcrest Yards as well. And I'd like to make it more available, more readily available to Torontonians and to tourists. I've had ideas about where it could go, and I mean, that's, staff can kind of consider all of that as they explore the idea. But at the very least, this is something that could promote the brand and the sense of pride. I think Councillor Mihevc suggested the sexiness of it, but it really is something that we should be proud of and we should promote. And moreover, if it can bring in some revenue, no, it will not change the world, admittedly. But if it can bring in some revenue and act in a way like our own spacing store to promote and celebrate the system we love while bringing in some money, I think it's something to consider.
Okay, thank you. I believe you have a question, Commissioner Jagdale. Clarification of the motion.
Can I ask a question about the motion?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, just didn't nuances. Thanks, Commissioner Matlow, and listen, I'll be the first one to tell you that I'm a big believer in TTC swag. I own a jacket, I have hats, I've got Wheel-Trans T-shirts. I'm in it to win it. But are you aware that we are already doing this D2C?
Sorry, to say that again?
Are you already aware that we're doing this D2C? Sorry, D2C, direct to consumer.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so this would be in addition to our online e-commerce channel.
I'm aware of what we already do, and I'm suggesting that we actually have a window somewhere where somebody can actually see it and walk in the door and purchase something if they want.
Do you not think it might be worthwhile to just maybe double down on the direct-to-consumer path and think a bit more critically about our customer acquisition costs online and dedicate some resources to that already exists versus a brick-and-mortar space? I'm just...
Well, I mean, the answer is evidently no, because if I didn't think we should explore this, I wouldn't be moving the motion that I am. But I recognize that we want to, if we're going to do this, we want to make sure that it's the right thing to do and it makes sense. And that's why, rather than just say, go do it, I'm asking staff to go and look at doing it. And if they come back to us and they say this is a terrific idea, then we should do it. And if they come back and say this doesn't make sense, then I would want to listen to that.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. You have another question, Commissioner Kim. 3 minutes.
Thank you. Commissioner Matlow, I think this is a great idea. I would also like to maybe suggest, have you thought about even adding to this bricks and mortars store a tour for, say, children to go on to showcase TTC to young people? And then the other question I have is, this is a great idea, I think, for management to look at, but do they really need to come back to the board on this, just given that the priorities that they have as well? So just trying to lessen the workload for management.
I don't expect this would be incredibly laborious, given that it will have it would need some startup investment. I think it is reasonable to have this come to the board. But, cities around the world typically have, whether it be a bricks and mortar or typically it's associated with the museum. To your point, it's something that people can kind of not just buy some merch, but also learn about, some opportunity to learn about the system and its history.
I agree with you. I think they should
Yeah.
just go ahead and do it, but they don't need to come to the board.
Well, the reason I think it would be helpful for them to come to the board, and again, I'm not asking for a report that's the length of War and Peace. I mean, it can be something pretty simple. But just if we are going to be investing in this, I think we should just get some advice from staff about whether or not they think it's practical and realistic. But the idea, I think, has a lot of merit, and I just want to know. I want to know what staff have to say about it. I don't want to sort of just rush into it. I want staff to actually advise. Do they believe it? Do they agree with me or not? And also, like, where would it best fit? Should we do it at Davisville, the headquarters? Is there somewhere else that we should consider it? Should it be part of a new City of Toronto museum? But I'd like to explore it.
Thank you. Any other questions, clarification of the motion? Seeing none, any other speakers? No? Okay, so the first vote is on Councillor Matlow's motion. All those in favor? What is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All those opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4. Motion is adopted. Item is amended. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay. The next item is Rogers 5G implementation update, and we have a speaker on this item, Sumit Kumar. Welcome, Sumit. Sumit is the head, for those of you that don't know, Sumit is the head of Local 2, which is our electrical workers. Please go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Is everyone able to hear me? Perfect. Hello, my name is Sumit. I'm the president of QP Local 2. We represent electricians, signal maintainers, overhead lines person, radio, and other technicians at the Commission. Our skilled members safely maintain valuable critical equipment throughout the TTC. Our members are installing Rogers 5G equipment at track level. We are proud to be doing this work. The skilled labor of our members has provided the Commission with exceptional progress on this project. This is a necessary project which will add value to our system, and we support the increased communication capability and convenience that it will bring for our customers. Everyone's noticing service at many stations. The signal is bleeding into the tunnels, expanding the service area further. Local 2 members support this project and want to provide information and raise awareness as stakeholders and partners in this public transportation system. Our support, however, does come with observation. I would like to emphasize and further support a point that has been touched on in this report, which is that while completing the Rogers project, we need to balance resource allocation between Rogers and state of good repair projects. It remains critical to give the attention and urgency which SOGR deserve. This is required to ensure continued safety and reliability of our system. I want to provide a concrete example. Our members maintain existing radio system at track level. This antenna system provides radio coverage throughout the tunnels, enabling personnel and train radios to be able to communicate. It is also necessary for first responder radios to function throughout the city. It is a safety and critical communication system. It was installed in the 1990s and had a 20-year design lifespan. Some work has been done to extend that period, but it is currently way beyond its lifespan. The company that designed the antenna system has gone out of business. There's no further support or spare parts available, aside from what we have. Currently, repairs are partially supported by purchase of component off of a major consumer website, as they are no longer manufactured. And in particular, the city's police service has made us aware of their periodic issue with the coverage. It needs to be replaced. Next generation of the system is called Distribution Antenna System, short for DAS. It is a fully funded priority project, and that is great. Some work is progressing on TYSSC, but as the report indicates, it competes for labor, resources, and precious work cars, as a decent amount of that has been shifted to Rogers. There are additional state of good repair projects I can mention, such as replacement of old traction power cables that sometimes they're old and insulation is failing, so the water gets into it and causes smoke. Emergency trip cable replacement and the replacement of old phone system that we call PACs. All of us, commissioners, management, the union, need to work together and come up with solutions. And we're committed to playing our role in that. Whether it is regulator potentially extended the deadline for Rogers so the DAS and Rogers can progress at the same time, or work on DAS progressing in a manner that reduces the need for work cars, or additional resources being given to the state of good repair projects. We are keenly aware that the city's budget process, as the city's budget process chugs along, these all view these comments as timely. If budgets are about choices, we submit that the system requires attention to SOGR. If the work to upgrade aging infrastructure is delayed too much, it will result in further service delays and reliability issues. Humbly, we submit that the new things are great, but focus also needs to be maintained on things and systems that are essential for service. Thank you. Those are my remarks.
Thank you, Sumit. Any questions? Commissioner Malik?
Thank you very much. I appreciate that getting 5G in our service as quickly as possible is a priority. It's one that I share, and I know we've had many conversations about. And you mentioned in the report, and we've heard, repeatedly, including from some folks today, that it is impacting other state of good repair projects. Can you share more about those projects and the risks that we're seeing, and what the plan is to get them done as well?
Thank you, Commissioner, for the question. To my knowledge, as I said, DAS to some degree progresses along. But, for example, all these projects sometimes require work cars. We have to be up there on a raised platform, installing equipment, and if the work car allocation is on the Rogers side, the speed at which DAS would progress is reduced. Obviously, if our members are focusing on the Rogers project, it again would. If Rogers, say, was not, happening, it would be placed on those state of good repair projects. So I think management is, to my understanding, is doing their very best to balance that allocation. It has an impact.
Thank you, Commissioner Malik. Any other questions? Vice Chairman Havoc?
Sorry. Thanks for your deputation, but my question is there anything missing that the report seems fairly wholesome, and there's a good collaborative relationship with Rogers and with the TTC. It's going to be good for customers. It's going to be good for emergency services. Is there anything that we need to know that's missing that you might want to highlight?
Commissioner, the emergency services radios would rely on Commission's radio system. It wouldn't use Rogers 5G. I think our point of local's point of being here is to simply provide further emphasis and details through examples. I think I read the report. It mentions that those challenges in a paragraph. I hope that commissioners hearing more concrete examples is helpful to it underlines the urgency of a focus on state of good repair projects as well.
So you're in.
I'm sorry, sir.
The union's in.
The union is in. We value the organization, and we will work collaboratively in figuring out those solutions. We'll play our part.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? So I just want to clarify, is what the union's concern is that the work for the Rogers 5G is taking away equipment for other state of good repair work?
Thank you, Chair. Our concern is, as I said, what is in the report. Yes, I've personally worked on the Rogers project. We've done closures. It is, logistically complex. If management is sending X amount of our members to focus on Rogers and sending work cars are millions of dollars. They're very expensive. There's only so many commissions TTC can buy, and if they are placed on Rogers, then they can't be used, for example, for other state of good repair projects. We share this concern that is mentioned in the report.
Okay. So I'm not clear. What's the specific concern?
The concern, Chair, is that some sort of creative solution needs to be figured out to also give the state of good repair projects the resources that it deserves. Because if we fall behind, currently, as I said, it's fine as the issues come up.
Do you have an example of a specific state of good repair project?
DAS is a good example. Distributed antenna system, that is the next generation replacement that needs to happen. It is a priority project as per our management, is a good example.
And what's that project again? That's the radios?
That is the replacement of the radios that came in the mid-90s.
And why is that a critical project?
Because if anything of value or seriousness happens at the track level, communication is key. Radios of police and fire and first responders, trains and personnel need to function, obviously. And so we need to ensure that the radio system functions.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Okay. Now bring it into committee. Does anybody have any questions of staff on this? Commissioner Kim?
Given that we just finished a discussion on non-fair revenues, was there any opportunity here to get any revenue sharing or anything like that from Rogers? Or is that just a far-fetched?
I'll take that. Through the chair, Rogers is investing in the build-out of the 5G network. So they are contributing a significant amount of investment.
But they stand to gain by using the infrastructure of the TTC. So was there any discussion regarding like a percentage that the TTC can recover?
Through the chair, above and beyond that, they do pay an annual fee. So they're paying for the investment of the actual hard assets and infrastructure build-out, and then above and beyond that, an annual fee. And if, through the chair, you're about to ask me what that is, I'll have to get back to you on that.
That's it? Okay. Any other questions of staff?
Just a quick question, just to follow up. Just so I get a sense of their business, how do they monetize it?
Through the chair, the other carriers will exist on their platform that they're building out.
They charge Bell and TELUS and so on.
And
why do they want to be part of it?
Through the chair, because they all need to provide it for their customers, because their customers are demanding that service.
It's a demand of service by customers. It's not like they get a cut of anything other than the advertising.
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, I have a question just to sort of pick up on what Sumit was talking about. So I think this goes to you, Stephanie. Are there any concerns that we should be aware of that the 5G implementation is taking away resources, either be it human resources or critical infrastructure from other critical projects that we're doing?
I'll take that through the chair. Yes, it is a risk for sure. Like my colleague pretty well identified, there is only so much time and there's only so many resources and a million things to do. So I think Sumit did a really good job of highlighting the criticality, especially now that we're at a point where we can move forward with tasks, but we've also dedicated these people and resources to doing Rogers. And he also talked about enhancing our traction power system. So there is some risks there for sure.
And is the risk partially being driven by the timeline set by the federal government to have this completed by?
Definitely.
And is that timeline imposed by the federal government on TTC, or is that timeline being imposed on Rogers?
It was imposed on Rogers, I believe. I'll look at Michael just to make 100% sure, but I believe so. He's nodding, so I'm right.
Okay, so I guess what are we doing to mitigate that risk that's been?
So I think there's a few things, Chair. I think that instead of relying just on these work cars to do everything, we've got some alternate equipment and technology that we're looking at. We're utilizing we will be soon utilizing 4 portable scaffolds that will allow us to install some hardware so we can exclusively use these work cars to run cables. We're also working with Rich's team to take a less used work car and convert it into a cable pulling car as well. So I think those are some of the things that we're doing. Is it enough? I don't think so. I don't think we're quite there yet, given the fact that there's only so much time to get work done. And I think obviously taking all the advantage we can to look at extended closures will also be something that'll be topical and something we need to consider. But again, like I've spoken about, there's only so much time and there's only so much space to get everything done.
Thank you. Any questions, further questions? Any speakers? No. Can I please have a motion to adopt the report recommendations? Vice Chair, thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Oh, you're deputy. So next we have item 7, financial major projects update for the period ended April 26, 2025. And we have a speaker on this item, Philip Penitishu. Great. Yep.
Slides before though, is there an HDMI cable just connected directly, or I did email them in the morning. Awesome. They might not be in order though. Right, so good afternoon. My name is Philip Panaytescu. I'm a ward of Ward 25. I'm here to, I'm a resident of Ward 25. My name is Philip Panaytescu. I'm here to discuss a worrying trend in this item's report from the CFO, and that is low TTC passenger revenue due to lower than anticipated ridership levels. I'm here to suggest that this lost ridership can be attracted back by adopting 1, measures that make the TTC accountable to its own service standard and to limit vehicles bunching and gapping. The TTC should use headway as a key metric rather than the current on-time performance indicator in order to actually address bunching. And additionally, in order for the public to accurately verify whether the current anti-bunching pilot is working, a public dashboard of disaggregated metrics on a route-by-route basis should be published, namely, again, headway performance. And I also wanted to add use of short turns to prevent bunching. My second major ask is that policies that enhance affordability for riders, such as considering fare capping to reduce the upfront commitment of a monthly pass for low-income riders. So as everybody in this room knows, the TTC relies heavily on fares to fund itself, and that percentage has lowered from about 62.6 in 2019 to 42% in 2025. You'll see that on the slide that's up there. Without stable investment, we're risking a transit death spiral. Worse service drives people away, making service worse. The TTC needs an ambitious strategy for ridership growth, and they need to create that strategy in consultation with riders. TTC Riders has started doing this with our Better Transit workshops. We started over in Malvern, and it informs the kind of campaigns we prioritize. Regarding the first item I was mentioning, the TTC's current on-time performance indicator for buses and streetcars considers a vehicle on time if a vehicle departs 1 minute early or 5 minutes late. This does not measure whether a vehicle arrives at each stop on time along its route. If you look at the, sorry, I forgot to mention the slides. Could you flip through the slides for this one? Yep. So if you look over here, you have a situation where easily you could have two vehicles right behind each other leaving at the same time, and they'd still be counted on time, even though they're de facto bunching. Obviously, this is going to leave a large gap from the next swing bus. I've experienced this myself, particularly with 54, which Lawrence is on one of the routes that's being considered as part of Rapid TO more broadly. I was going to make a mention of bus lanes as well in this, but I don't think there's time. But as mentioned, this would leave a large gap in time between the bunch bus and the bus behind it, because one arrived too early. Using headway as an indicator would actually allow the TTC prioritize even spacing between vehicles. Presently, TTC only publishes aggregated system-wide averages, which can hide how badly some routes are performing. Disaggregated data, i.e. Things like multiple detailed indicators like headway performance, crowding data, etc., should be available online for anyone to access rather than requiring a Freedom of Information request to get the disaggregated data. As for fare capping, another way to attract back ridership is to address affordability. At our Scarborough Better Transit workshop earlier this month, sorry, I should have shown this slide a bit earlier. This was just to support yeah, my bad, this one. At our Scarborough Better Transit workshop earlier this month, multiple riders brought up the idea that fares should be cheaper or even free, or that the fare pass discount was not enough for the level of service they were getting. Again, most of these residents were from Malvern, a notoriously underserved area of the city. For low-income riders, the large non-refundable upfront cost of a monthly pass is financially restrictive. At the same time, single taps restrict low-income riders' mobility within a 2-hour window. Since 2018, TTC Riders' April 2025 report, TTC Riders' April 2025 report on the potential of applying fare capping to this issue uses aggregated monthly data from 2018 to 2025, using monthly invoices and census data. So the graphic that's up there shows that there's only really been uptake since COVID on single ride fare pass discounts. So that's the blue line, rather than the monthly pass. That's the red line. Low-income riders prefer pay-as-you-go fare, or this suggests rather that low-income riders prefer pay-as-you-go fare structures rather than upfront monthly fees. Presently, it takes 47 trips to break even on a TTC monthly pass of $156. Sorry, next slide. This is just a breakdown of a jurisdictional scan of multiple North American systems that do have fare capping. The TTC fare pass discount reduces that 156 by 21%, so down to $123.25, $123. In January of 2024, York Regional Transit replaced its monthly pass system with a fare capping system, capping it at 40 trips per month for $80. Hamilton's weekly fare cap is at 11 taps a week, going for $30.80. YRT's justification for introducing fare capping was a direct response to a decline in monthly pass usage since 2015. And it used insights gathered from public consultations, very similar to the TTC's past ridership growth strategies reports. I want to conclude by saying this item's background report mentions that a projected overspent operating budget of $30 million, but ultimately, and I'm sure we all realize this for public infrastructure especially, you need to spend money to make money. If riders feel they're not getting their fares worth on the TTC, they're not going to use it. Think not only of the bare minimum required to sustain the TTC's operating costs, but the $5 billion in economic activity and over 31,000 jobs generated by the TTC across Canada. The TTC already generates a ton of value when compared to the input it receives. What can we see once we go above and beyond? Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions for the deputant? Seeing none, thank you very much. Does anybody have any questions on the item itself? Nope. Julie? Sorry, Commissioner Osborne? Do you have questions on this? Item 8.
I'm just looking at the chart I want to ask about. It's about overtime management. So the report notes in the graph that we're spending around right now $1.5 million a week in overtime. That is a very large number, and it is large and creeping up over time. And we don't get reports on overtime management except periodically in this kind of forum. And given that these are very, very large numbers, I'm wondering if there's a way for us to get a bit more visibility on this, because it hasn't turned around, as even though we have been, small red flags have been waved on this a little bit over time. So I guess number one, is there any comment about why this is still creeping up? And number two, would there be a way for us to maybe have this as part of the KPIs or some other way that we can keep some eyes on it? Because they're very large numbers. Thank you.
Through the chair, it's John. Thank you. We do have two types of overtime. There's the scheduled overtime that's in our budget that we do all the time, and then there's these anomalies that happen with increased services and questions that come up. So we have a strategy to manage the overtime, so we're going to be looking at it, and we do track the KPIs. So we break it down by transportation, by operations, and by corporate as well. And a lot of it is on the operating side, and we are trying to manage that as well. So a majority of is a result of increased services and maintaining our service standards out there as well.
We're spending $300,000 a week more on overtime now than we were 2 years ago, and 200,000 more a week now than we were last year. Like they're really big numbers, especially when you multiply it times 52. So it may, just I'm wondering, that can't be the plan, that we'd be spending that order of magnitude in overtime, because surely there's a more effective way to do it when you just hire people. So there'd be an offset on that, because you'd have to be paying people a regular wage, but not an overtime.
There is an offset, because if you're paying them overtime, that we're not paying a full-time operator on their full-time, with including benefits and so forth. So there is an offset. There is a benefit to doing the overtime, sometimes to maintain those services, but we're looking at strategies to deal with the overtime that we're spending at the moment.
Okay, well, okay. That wasn't entirely satisfactory, but I'd love if we could find a way to track this a bit more, with a bit more transparency. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for staff?
I mean, I did want to say that I know I asked for this much more detailed report, and I do find it helpful on the major projects. The list of key risks on each item is really daunting. And what I see on each one is we're working on it. How do you prioritize? If every page has a key risk that you're working on, how do we know which ones we should really worry about? How do we know which ones you need help on?
So through the chair, there are a number of different types of risks, as you can see throughout on our growth projects. The major risk there on a lot of them is that they are not fully funded, because we are placing prioritizing on our state of good repair. So you'll see a lot of the capacity enhancement projects. Those risks are all tied to upfront partial funding, but not full funding of the project. So that gets back to the earlier conversation around order of priority, the fact that we don't have predictable funding streams, and there's intergovernmental strategies that need to be put in place to support that. On other areas, you'll see risks that are really tied to interdependencies, where their projects are fully funded. That's really about how we're managing portfolios of projects together. So whether it be the combination of how streetcars are being delivered in combination with the facilities, or charging infrastructures being delivered with the e-buses. So there is categories. We have internal processes to manage that, but there is some difference between the type of the project.
Okay. Can I ask, next time you bring us this, because again, it is very useful, but you know, when we get our audit reports, they all come with red, yellow, and green. This is okay. This is, oh my goodness. We don't have that here. They all have very similar language. So next time, could you bring us something that, you've got the summary page is we're doing a lot of stuff, but there's no summary page for risks.
We will look at that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions on this item? Okay. I'm going to hold this item because we're going to go in camera for questions. The next item is item 12, and this is the seasonal prohibition on lithium-ion battery-powered e-bikes and e-scooters on the TTC and the feasibility of providing more secure e-bikes and e-scooter storage and battery charging and exchange facilities near transit stations. And we have a speaker on this item, Michael Longfield of CycleTO. Thank you for joining us, Michael. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. And I do want to say thank you, Chair, and thank you, Commissioner Sachs, for this letter and bringing this forward. I think it's just has a lot of really good stuff in it. And, I'm Michael Longfield. I'm the Executive Director of Cycle Toronto. I'm really pleased to have been a co-signer on a letter that our friends at TTC Riders brought to you. It also has Migrante, who've co-signed on it as well. And I think that, I guess I would ask sort of everyone here to sort of think about that coalition and having this sort of group of people of, transit riders and transit advocates, cycling advocates, and folks that are stepping up on behalf of workers and foreign workers, sort of really highlighting a lot of really important things here. And, I don't envy what you're sort of up against on this. I fully acknowledge that, the TTC only has so many tools to kind of deal with some of these challenges. But again, what I think is really exciting here is that you're not just looking at this as a burden, but really as an opportunity. And so the first part of this recommendations around issues around more and better bike parking for e-bikes, charging stations, and really, I think something that's really incredible, the idea of exchanges with batteries as well. At one point, Commissioner Mahavik sort of was talking about, this city and this organization maybe not always being forward-thinking, but I think this is a great example of something where TTC is really looking at putting itself sort of at the forefront of this, and maybe kind of thinking a little bit outside its box in the way that now, in Toronto, it's Toronto Parking Authority that runs our bike share program. Initially, that maybe didn't seem to make sense, but now it's like a really great partnership. And I think in the same way here that I think the TTC has a really big opportunity to play around micromobility and communication with those vehicles, which I do think does sort of tie to the second part. And again, I know there's nothing here that's being really decided on by this committee here today, but I do want to highlight as well, I think I spoke with y'all back in the fall and expressed some concerns around the full or the seasonal ban of e-bikes and the issues around battery safety. And I'm, sort of glad to see that the communication issue is being brought back again. I do hope these organizations are sort of involved as part of those conversations. But I think even the way the motion is written or the item is written does sort of speak to the confusion itself, because, the item sort of talks about, communication around use of e-bikes and e-scooters, but we all know that e-scooters technically aren't even allowed to be used on Toronto City streets. So, when I go to a TTC station by me and I see there's a sign that says no e-scooters allowed, in the winter, but technically they're not allowed to be used in Toronto at all. And I think it speaks to a bigger communication issue that can be kind of dealt with. Even the next item on the agenda that talks about a partnership between, or a committee working group between Metrolinx and TTC, I think could also provide a really good opportunity around this. Earlier we suggested the policy that Metrolinx has around micromobility might be something that for the TTC itself to mirror. But just want to again really say I think there's a lot here that's really promising. Hopefully organizations like ours can be part of this conversation. And again, thank you for bringing this forward.
Thank you, Michael. Does anybody have any questions for the deputant? Vice Chairman Mahavik?
Thank you very much. Do you have does Cycle Toronto has like the big vision of the interface of public transit and cycling and the interface between the two? What's the dream?
I mean, certainly, I don't want to get lazy and just sort of always point to all of the, examples in Europe, but, certainly a way that, making it easier for more people to choose to walk, bike, and take transit, make it easier, as the city itself is committed to doing with Transform TO. But I think we know, a lot of the challenges around that are related to infrastructure, and whether that's infrastructure that's connected to bike lanes, which is obviously outside of the scope here, but I think something that is within here is around the issue of parking and secure parking. Often that can be a gap for people to choose to, hey, I want to be able to take the bus or take the subway. There's maybe not a convenient bus to get to that stop, but I can bike there. But if there's no secure place to leave your bike, that's really going to limit people sort of making those pieces. I do think sometimes Cycle Toronto does, I think like a lot of us, does kind of get stuck into the weeds and trying to sort of fix, well, here's this problem right now, or here's what a committee right now. But certainly in terms of how we've been, thinking about Toronto's bike lanes in light of what the province is, attempting to do, it has made us start thinking about, what else can we be working on to help make Toronto a better cycling city if, 19 kilometers of our busiest bike lanes are being threatened to be ripped out. And certainly that interface of transit and cycling, I think, is really essential to make it easier for more folks.
Thank you. Any other questions for the deputant? Seeing none, thank you very much. Any questions of staff on this item? Commissioner?
Just further to the point, do we have a policy at the TTC that says something like every TTC subway station will have a private set of bike racks, that are electric, where electric charging can happen, and a bike share station? Those three pieces. Do we have anything that says that? And then that becomes part of how we design, how do we redesign, how we retrofit, how we upgrade all our subway stations? Is there anything on the books?
Through the chair, our policy is in an effort to kind of address that first mile, last mile, and have a more of an integrated mobility model in the city, is to support having bike storage, lockers, you name it, racks at stations. I have to mention, though, that in most of those instances, those are city lands. And so it really is the city, and in many cases through TPA Bike Share, who are making those decisions. So we have to partner with them in order to get those facilities or that infrastructure in place, but certainly something we'd like to see at our stations.
And what is the institutional framework for us doing that? Is there a working committee between Transportation Toronto, I guess the Parking Authority, and the TTC to say, okay, let's talk about who's paying for what and on whose land and that kind of thing? Like, how is it if that is the vision and everybody agrees with that vision, how do we structure the systems, the ecology around this, the ecosystem, to make it happen?
Through the chair, there is not a specific cycling committee that those sister agencies sit on. Our requests go to our partners at the City of Toronto to make the land available, or to the Parking Authority to provide the bike share facilities near our stations. And is at then the decision of those agencies whether they want to accommodate our requests.
Okay,
Thank you. Commissioner Osborne?
Yeah, my question's a bit further to Vice Chair Mihevic's, and that is, in the end, who's paying for this? Like, are we, because it looks like these letters are mirror images of the one the city's sending to us, and that we're asking staff to work with and, all that kind of look into this and assess that. In the end, if we decide we're going to work together with the city to provide a battery exchange or more charging stations, is this motion obliging us to pay for it?
Through the chair, obviously this is not a motion that came from staff, so we wouldn't have clarity on the answer of who would be paying for these things.
It does seem a bit vague. That's the only point I'm making on this. There's more like passive verbs than active verbs involved. I'm not entirely sure what we're being asked to do here. That's my only question.
Again, through the chair, this is not a staff recommendation. This is a councillor motion, and so we will best interpret it as like you're trying to. I think what we take from it, and it's something that we do anyways all the time, is that we'll continue to work with our partners on these efforts. In terms of who pays for them, I guess it depends on the situation and exactly what infrastructure that might be and what land it's on. But we would have to work that out on a specific basis. But there's not a TTC budget line item that's been approved for any of this.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions on this?
I have a question.
Sorry, Commissioner Kim?
I have a more basic question. I don't even know why we are debating e-bikes and bike scooters on TTC. Like, people who ride bikes should ride bikes and be above the road and not on the subway. So I'm at a loss as to why this is even, so why is this even up for discussion?
I think it's only supposed to be staff, right? Yeah, of course.
So the motion that was put forward is a council transmittal, so council does not have the authority to direct TTC staff. That's why you see the motion before you. So this is a motion that came forward at City Council for consideration by the TTC. So the TTC Board directs TTC staff.
But I still don't understand what does the TTC have to do with cyclists?
You can speak to it.
Yeah, I certainly couldn't answer that.
If I may, Mr.
This was your motion, right?
Yes.
Yes.
The key reason is that the TTC has barred the e-bike riders from the system with the batteries. So, and for many regular people like me, it's a basic element of transportation, which suddenly has been made very, very difficult. And of course, we have many hundreds or thousands of people who make their living by doing deliveries in the city of Toronto by e-bikes. If it's not reasonable to expect people, especially in bad weather, to be riding from one end of the city to the other on the streets just because of being kicked off the TTC. What this contemplates is what's being done in other cities, which is you take your battery out, you put it basically in storage in a locker, you get on the transit system with your bike without its battery, and can you get a battery at the other end? And what that could do is accommodate congestion reduction, because an e-bike, even those terrible mopeds, take up a lot less space on the road than a car or a van, allow these people to make a living and to take the transit like everybody else over long distances, and then be able to get a battery at the other end. So it seems to be working quite well in New York City and some other places. This board decided it was in the interest of the TTC to keep e-bike batteries out of the system in the winter. So can we do that and accommodate a significant part of our ridership in a way that allows them to carry on their lives and businesses? So that's the connection. We've also got, of course, we've talked about before, the last mile issue, is that transit can get people certain distances. The subway is fairly quick getting you large distances, but then if you need to go, we could all have examples, in my case, into the middle of Rosedale, there is no quick way to get there by transit, so we have to give people last mile options, and this is one of those.
Thank you. Are there any speakers on this item? Vice Chair?
Yes, thank you. I'm happy to move these motions. I think they're good motions. I really do. At one level, the TTC is in the public transit business. Of course we are. And it is not, at that level, it is not our business, and certainly on the financial side, I don't think this financially commits us to anything. But it really, I think if we see ourselves only as a public transit system, we do our city short. we are really in the mobility business. And a key word that if you read academic literature in the big cities of the world, they talk of this key concept called intermodality. And so, sometimes we are passengers in a car, or sometimes we drive a car, sometimes we're on public transit, sometimes we're cycling. And I want a system, I think we want a system where if I'm in a car, I can make it to public transit, there's a good kiss and ride, off you go, bang, you're on the public transit, downtown you go, and because you're going to Queens Quay East, then you're on a bike and you're over where you need to go, and you've used as many modes as possible, and the transition has been very efficient and effective. So I don't think, while we're not properly, unless we eventually take over bike share, but that's a debate for another forum and another day as the public transit. I'm sure councillors are thinking and looking at that creatively. But I do think we are part of this network that says, here we move this way, and then we want people to move, then we encourage people to move that way, and the way those things connect is through intermodality. And we want to be part of the tables that have those discussions. Of course, Europe was mentioned by the deputant. You go to Europe and you see bus garages, like humongous, public transit / cycling garages that are massive, and they have a whole different way of interfacing. To me, it is a shame that we do not have that. Every single public transit subway station, we need a bike share, we need private ring and posts to accommodate private bicycles, and we need someplace to lock up and charge electric bikes. That, to me, is a mobility system for the city that takes into consideration a whole bunch of things, and we should be part of the picture to make that happen, in my humble opinion.
Thank you. Next, I have Commissioner Jagdeo.
Thanks, Chair Myers. I'm unsure if I can be supportive of this motion, and I completely understand Commissioner Mihevic's position on trying to be intermodal, but when we think about it from the literature perspective on what multimodal means, it means potentially getting off a subway and then working with a micromobility company like Bird or Lime to use a scooter to get into the inner city. I don't think it's necessarily lithium-ion personal mobility vehicle that is on the subway, which presents a safety issue. I'm also a little worried about this, and I know that it doesn't specifically say here that we're going to bear the costs of helping to build these facilities, but the challenge I face is that this is a bit of a slippery slope, because that will require us to potentially think about what land we have to use, that it's close to the TTC. It's going to create issues where I just can't see a world where we're not fronting even a small portion of this cost. And I'll maintain the same perspective that I maintained the last time we had this discussion, where we barred the use of lithium-ion-based personal vehicles on the subway. If the intention is we're here to facilitate a business, or we're here to facilitate people making a living, I don't think that that's the purpose of the TTC. If you'd like to do Uber Eats or do any of the delivery services on the other side of town and you live in Brampton, that's our job is not to facilitate that process, right? That's a business decision that you're making because you understand that market dynamics and forces are just better to be on Yonge Street. That's perfectly fine. So look, I'm uncertain that this is the right solution. I acknowledge that clearly this creates a bit of a challenge for those who are using lithium-ion battery vehicles, but there are other ways to make this reasonable. I don't think that this is one.
Thank you. Any other speakers on this? No? Okay, I'll just speak very quickly. I support this motion, similar to the reasons echoed by the Vice Chair. Again, not to sound like a broken record, but when we were in Taipei, and Craig and I and Josh were checking out the system, they had battery swaps there right by the station doors that you could use. And, more recently, we were in UITP conference at Hamburg, and this is the way of the future in terms of getting customers, providing different options for customers to access rapid transit, especially in areas like in the suburbs where I represent. A lot of people don't want to wait for a bus. They might want to take their bike to the station, pop their battery out, take their bike onto the subway, especially in the colder months, and then get out and then put back on the station. And that could be someone who is working for a delivery company, or just someone who wants to just have more options when they're in the downtown or in another part of the city. So I think this is something that we should be looking at in terms of how do we attract new customers, how do we respond to the needs of our customers, and how do we responsibly adapt to the technology that's out there. E-bikes and e-scooters are not going anywhere. They're actually part of the City of Toronto's Transform TO strategy in terms of encouraging their usage. So if we're going to be encouraging their usage as a city, I don't see it as consistent for the TTC to simply say that we don't want to be part of this conversation because it doesn't fit within the very narrow definition of transit. I think we need to think about mobility more generally and just how people get around and provide people the options. So if they want to take their e-bike to the TTC station, great. That works for us. And it's actually even cheaper than them getting on a bus and then taking it to the station because it requires us to run less service. So I think we should be encouraging this type of different types of options for people to get to where they're going, especially in areas like where I represent, Scarborough North, where the distances are often very far to the TTC subway stations. Any other speakers? No? Okay. Can I have a motion to adopt the recommendations? Vice Chair. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Next we have item 13, establishment of a TTC-Metrolinx Joint Advisory Committee by Vice Chair Joe Mihevc, seconded by Chair Jamal Myers, and we will begin with questions. No questions? Any speakers? Vice Chair?
Sorry, this motion came as a result of my briefing on the JAG program, and I can't even remember what that acronym stands for. Joint Advisory Group, yes. And the long and the short of it is, in the last, well, I don't know, Metrolinx is a 10-year-old creature of the province. Before that, the TTC used to be the only the big player in the tent in the GTA. Now there's Metrolinx. Metrolinx is doing all kinds of capital work. We're doing all kinds of fair work together. We're developing operational protocols for Eglinton and Finch. But there's no real forum where senior management and boards of directors get together to discuss these different topics. And so the proposal here is that there should be some kind of structure for us to basically talk. We're both in the same business of moving people in Toronto, in the GTA, and yet, and if we don't have something like this, then I think the conversations can risk being fractured and one-offs and not part of understanding. They have a system and they have certain duties and obligations, and we have a system and we have certain duties and obligations. Some areas will cooperate, and we certainly don't want to compete in a fractious way with them. So that's what this is really meant to do, is to put in place a structure, especially as the JAG work comes to a close, to say, hey, we got lots more to talk about, and let's figure out a way to do it. That's the intent behind the motion.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Mr. Osborne?
I wasn't planning to speak, but I actually really like this. I think we are so interdependent, and I think almost nothing bad can come of having better communication. So I'm very much in favor.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Okay, I will speak very... You want to speak? No, go. Go for it. You've been quiet. Okay. I will speak. I have a friendly amendment that I've discussed with the Vice Chair. It's simply to add the word equal so that there's equal representation between TTC board members and Metrolinx board members on the committee, just to show that we're equal partners in this. I also agree that I think this is long overdue. I sit on the Presto Joint Advisory Group, and there is a lot of good communication, but as we now start to get ready for the opening of Line 5, the opening of Line 6 and all these other projects, I think we need a wider forum in order to discuss this on a board-to-board level. And I think Vice Chair Mahevic's proposal is really good and really helpful in terms of getting us to the next step in terms of the relationship between TTC and Metrolinx. So I will just take everything as a package. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Great. So now we are on to item 15, to TTC Policy 6.5.1, authorization for expenditures and other commitments, increasing delegated authority to expedite procurements, and we will begin with questions. Commissioner Kim, you held the item.
Thank you. Somewhere in there, on an exception basis, it mentions that the CEO may hold a committee to discuss anything that goes outside of the established rule. My question is, why would that be on an ad hoc basis, and why not make it into a regular committee so that in lieu of everything coming to the board like it did in the past, that there is that management committee that that oversees the procurement of large purchases? And then I have a follow-up question after that.
So, Mr. Chair, I'm joined here by Darshini Makandar, who's our head of procurement. The intention here is to provide clear direction for subsequent delegation by the CEO. And in those circumstances where the magnitude of the procurement requires the CEO's approval, to have a panel that includes legal representation, procurement representation, and representation from the department that's seeking the large procurement to provide consensus advice. We're always mindful of the rule of two, notwithstanding the role of the CEO and the prominence of the CEO's role, to have those checks and balances in place for accountability reasons.
So that would be on a ad hoc basis when the need arises.
As the need arises.
It wouldn't be a built-in.
The magnitude exceeds and the complexity exceeds what's otherwise delegated.
Okay. And then my next question was, beyond procurement, do you have other management committee structures, whether it's a management risk committee or an operations committee, so that the issues that you have as you run the organization, they get managed, the decisions are made at that level, and only those that exceed or cannot get solved at that level come to the board?
We do have executive committees that meet, particularly now, around the framework of the corporate plan, the strategic plan approved by this board, driving outcomes across the organization. I think with respect to purchases, though, our procurements are so widespread and represent the maintenance side, the vehicle side, for the most part. And so we leave the authorities really in those areas as to the specification of what we're procuring, and leave it to those people and the head of procurement and her team to make sure that there's accountability, transparency in the procurement process. All of the procurement is centralized in this organization through procurement.
Okay, because what I'm trying to get at is that if you had a management level, a very, very senior management level committee structure, so it's about empowering the management team so that the decisions get made there, and that only things that are of a strategic nature bubble up to the board, just to make sure that the board has time for other strategic things as opposed to day-to-day business as usual.
So through the chair, as an agency of the City of Toronto, we're also mindful and careful to check into what their experiences have been. They recently had such a similar executive committee that was tasked with approving most, if not all, of their contracts, and it was found to be cumbersome as well and wasn't as effective as giving the CEO delegated authority for further delegation by the CEO. We would have details of that further delegation here as part of this report if we weren't 2 weeks away from welcoming a new CEO. And out of respect for that individual, we felt it was more appropriate to have the subsequent delegation by the CEO come to you at a later date if need be.
Okay, thank you. My second question was broader than just procurement, although procurement's very important. But it was just broader, like, for example, a risk committee at the management level, so that management manages the risks in whatever line of business the risks bubble up, but then only the key ones get bubbled up to the board.
And we are engaged on enterprise risk management through our internal audit team.
Okay. We just haven't seen it yet, though. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, I just have a few quick questions. So regarding the reporting, in terms of providing us the information in terms of the report back, the biannual report back to the board, is it possible to have a tabulation illustrating each procurement awarded under the delegated authority, the number of bidders, award value, et cetera, that kind of thing?
So the answer, Chair, the simple answer is yes. I'll just give you a few more things that you can expect to be as part of that tabulation. Would be the contract number, the tender, whether it's a tender or an RFP, the number of bids, the successful bidder, the value, the term, if it's a commitment and a procurement for extended service period, a term in years, and of course the overall value.
Thank you. And I guess just a more broader question. We had a meeting with the union heads earlier this week. And the issue of procurement came up in terms of staff getting to their work assignments and then not having the right equipment. And then the equipment having to be ferried from a different location, or them not being able to get the equipment and the bus was sitting there, and it was a very frustrating process. So I'm wondering if the Chief Procurement Officer can, at the next board meeting, just provide a sort of an overview on the procurement process at TTC, just so we at the board have a better understanding of the procurement policies, and maybe we can help deal with some of these issues.
So the simple answer is yes, and again, we'll make sure that we get the details of that specific instance too, which may be more of a materials and supply issue.
Yeah. Thank you. With that, any speakers or any further questions? No? Any speakers? No? Okay. All those in favor of the oh, sorry. I'll move. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. So now we have a very quick presentation on item 14, the provincial LRT program line 5. We will have a public presentation, and then we will go in camera where we will deal with questions for item 6.7, the financial major projects update, and item 6.14. I'm trying. It's okay. It's okay. We're actually doing good considering this is a shortened meeting. Exactly. We start at 10, so we usually be finishing at 6 anyways, so.
Good afternoon. I'm here to present the Path to Revenue Service. This is in relation to a request from the Chair Myers. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Okay, good afternoon. I'm Marjorie Andrade. I'm the head of LRT operations. Thank you. Is that better? Perfect. Thank you. I do have a loud voice, but I try to minimize it. I'm here to present, at request of Chair Myers, the Path to Revenue Service, just to give some clarity on the recent public press comments that have been made on behalf of Metrolinx, just to give a high-level overview of what the project milestones are. So currently, we are in the final phase of testing and commissioning. Part of the testing and commissioning included a lot of the training activities, which we had our operators and other TTC staff, as well review of testing and commissioning documentation, which we're working closely with Metrolinx. Prior to moving to the next project phase, which is revenue service demonstration, we need to make sure that, well, we need to work with Metrolinx to ensure that we have a safe, reliable, and an asset that has operational performance. So revenue service demonstration is a project deliverable that's from Crosslinks Transit Solution, which is the constructor, and they need to deliver a 14-day trial running and a 30-day revenue service demonstration. These activities are all without customers, and really it's to prove the readiness of the asset. After CTS has been able to prove the readiness of the asset, we move to substantial completion. Substantial completion is a Metrolinx-driven activity where there's an independent certifier that evaluates the readiness of the line to ensure that it meets the contractual requirements as set out with Metrolinx and their constructor to ensure that the asset is as expected and performs as expected. After substantial completion, at this phase, we then move into the operating and maintenance period. So basically through testing, commissioning, RSD, and until the finalization of substantial completion, we are in construction period. After substantial completion has been finalized, then we move into revenue service period, which ultimately is composed of a bedding in period, which is a opportunity for the TTC and their maintainer to do operational exercises and as well finalize training. And then we can move into revenue service. So this is kind of a high level overview of the project and where we are right now. And although the media has said we've been handed over operations, to an extent we have, we're controlling the main line through our transit control center currently. So all the trains that would be on the line, it's our transit control that's managing that. But it's all during the testing and commissioning phase. So it's not revenue service, and we aren't finalized through that stage. So TTC is slowly gearing up to this and supporting the projects and supporting Metrolinx as we move forward to these ongoing and future milestones within the project.
I can add a little context to what Marjorie is explaining. A lot of the steps that you see up here, they're embedded in commercial contracts that were set some years back. Our role is to provide input, to provide any concerns about risk, to make sure those are all dealt with before you move out of a given milestone. The underpinning to all of this is safety. And we are responsible because once this gets to a certain point, it becomes ours in terms of we will provide the crews who are being trained as we speak. As we have very defined roles in the agreements in terms of what we do with the stations. We do not clean the stations, but we provide funding through the city to pay for the cleaning of the stations. We do provide customer service role at the stations. We provide special constable presence at the stations. This is all very, very clearly laid out in the agreements. The agreements, if I can give my own opinion on them, if you put together a committee to say, construct the most complicated agreements that ever existed and how they work with each other, we've achieved that. My view is that going forward, we will spend a lot of time sorting through this. And hence, I've asked Michael to go through the agreements and look for all the quicksand that's currently in them, because I'm pretty sure we're going to be stepping in it. So we need to get this done before we go live, and that's a very high priority for us.
Thank you, Greg.
Michael, do you want to chip in at all? Nope, Michael's very quiet, which is unusual, but kind of nice. Yeah, go ahead, Marjorie. Anything else to top up, or?
I will open it up to the floor for any questions.
Commissioner Sachs?
Well, I have the same question everybody has, which is, this is a lovely chart that clearly had dates on it at some point that looked like they're cut off. Do we know anything about when this is going to open?
Let me handle it for you, Marjorie. So, in the agreements, it's Metrolinx's call as to what the dates are, not ours. Hence, it wasn't us making an announcement recently with the Premier and the Mayor. So we will keep inputting until it's safe. I think the Premier announced September. It's neither our place to agree or refute that date, but it is the CEO of Metrolinx that can come out with that. So we can't. As much as we knew this is the obvious question.
Okay.
But we're not, unfortunately, in a position to give an obvious answer.
Maybe we can, when we go in camera, we can have a more candid discussion.
Okay,
A little bit.
This is candid. just conscious of time.
Sure.
Right, just to clarify, we just said, so Metrolinx is the one who will announce the date once ducks are in a row on both sides. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Or Minister of Transportation.
Probably the CEO of Metrolinx. But he is in lockstep with the Minister and Premier.
Okay. So I will post the motion, if there are no other questions for public session, to go in camera. And that the TTC Board recess and sit as a committee of the whole to consider the following confidential items: information that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose; TTC 6.7, major and financial and major projects update for the period ended April 26, 2025; and information explicitly supplied in confidence to the city or local board by Canada, a province or territory, or a Crown agency of any of the item, TTC 6.14, Provincial LRT Program, Line 5, Eglinton Update.
Before we break, I just wanted to thank Marjorie. This is her first board presentation. She was a little nervous. I thought she did a great job. Wherever you are.
Accessibility. No. Yeah, it's great. I actually do enjoy that one. Past that a while.
Receive or adopt the report, Rex.
Adopt the report?
Yeah, adopt. This is adopt the action taken. The Rex and action taken.
Okay.
Rex, sorry.
It's okay.
And, yeah.
Okay, adopt the Rex. Ready? Okay. Okay, there she is. We consider this item in camera. Are there any questions? Nope. Seeing none. Any speakers? Nope. Can I please have a motion to adopt the actions and recommendations taken in camera? Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. So now we are on item 14, Provincial LRT Program, Line 5, Eglinton Update. We just considered this item in camera. Are there any questions? Nope. Any speakers? Nope. Can we please have a motion to adopt the report recommendations? Thank you, Vice Chair. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Great. That concludes the business of the meeting. Can I have a motion to adjourn? Thank you, Commissioner Ratlow. All those in favor? Carried. We are adjourned. Thank you. Bye. Thank you.
Well done.
Thank you.